The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and Radio Simulcast.
Page 15. So we'll turn it over to City Attorney Lawrenson.
Okay. The City Attorney's Office provides all the legal services for the city, for the council, the boards, the commissions, the departments, and the divisions. We provide most of the legal services in-house when possible. We do engage outside counsel when we have specialty things like environmental law, or with some of our development agreements, we've had outside counsel help us in the last year. This last year, we added a third full-time assistant city attorney, Amy Vandenhogen, who's with me today. She is primarily responsible for prosecution, but because she's full-time in-house staff, we do use her, and she assists us with other matters as well. One of our primary things, we monitor all of the litigation the city is involved in. We work with the insurance adjusters and defense counsel on claims that are filed against the city. We do have insurance through the League program, and they provide an attorney who does the actual litigation. We do a lot of the background work with them and monitor that and help them gather information in support of that litigation. We, in the past year, we've worked on some excessive tax assessment challenges. Those have been some of the primary ones we've worked on. We had a special assessment litigation case that went up to the Supreme Court and has now been remanded back to circuit courts. We'll be going to trial on that this next year. One thing we've changed in the past year with finance, our collection matters had been going through a collection agency. We now file some of those, the litigation, if there has to be litigation to do some of the collection matters. With regard to prosecution, we started tracking that in March, and through today, we have done 4,889 intake cases, which are basically the citations that have been issued and haven't been pled before court. There were 348 court-ordered pretrials. We also have people who just come in and talk to us separately or call on the phone for basically an informal pretrial. But there were 348 court-ordered ones, 25 trials, and we've had just short of 100 records requests in relation to all of those matters that we've had to respond to. We have this year stepped up our nuisance abatement actions. We filed 12 of those. 7 of them have resolved. 5 are still in the process of resolving their issues, so they're still pending in court. We have 3 more that we're currently reviewing and looking at possibly bringing forward with court action. We work with other departments and divisions on whatever agenda items and ordinance updates they have. This year, we've, again, since we started tracking, we have 205 resolutions and ordinances that we've prepared for council meetings. We've done ordinance updates on a variety of things. Some of the bigger things are the rental registry and inspection ordinance. We helped community development with changes on that. Revisions to the fire ordinances, sexting ordinance for the police department, some revisions to the board and commission ordinances, parking and traffic. We work with Jim Collins on those, the mural ordinance. Chapter 24, the wastewater ordinance and all the policies that go with that. We've done the pedal pub ordinance. Amy actually did most of the work with regard to that one. And we have done some draft revisions to our records ordinance in kind of the first stage related to IT and the police department. Some ordinance revisions that we're still working on for next year are under our objectives section in the budget. We're working on some revisions to the nuisance ordinance, how we deal with those nuisance properties now that we have Amy on and we're filing more of those actions. We're trying to get a better handle on those and see how we make decisions about which properties to proceed on and how many we are doing, and whether we need any policy or ordinance revisions to deal with those. We're working with police, parks, and a little bit with the city clerk's office on noise ordinance because that impacts some of the outside areas for taverns. So, and just noise ordinances in relation to special events and other things. Public records, there was in August or September, it's pretty recent, the state adopted a new record schedule for municipalities. So we are looking at our current record schedule in relation to that kind of standard schedule for all municipalities, and we're probably going to be bringing some changes forward in relation to that in the next year. We're looking at the liquor licensing policies and ordinances again. And one that didn't make it on our objectives for next year, but that we're working on with finance and community development, is the room tax ordinance and short-term rentals to deal with the Airbnb and those types of rentals. We play an active role in economic development projects. We worked this last year on Oshkosh Corporation, Annex 71 in the water tower swap deal, the Granary, the Arena project, Pickard Estates subdivision, and the Housing Authority Weight Rug project. We also work with other departments on any other major projects that they have coming forward. Other areas that we work in, contracts and agreements, we review scores and scores of contracts and agreements. We draft some, we review them, we provide changes. Anything that anybody needs help with in that regard comes through our office. We provide legal review on and support on open records requests, bond issues for general obligation and revenue bonds through the finance department. Real estate matters, we draft all of the deeds and transfer returns, easements, all of those types of things for the city. Various issues related to liquor licenses, and then we also provide training and updates for boards and commissions, staff, and anything else anybody asks us to do, basically. For our budget, we had some minor changes. We have some adjustments for our book subscriptions that went up again this year. And for having the third-time full-time attorney in the office, we had some adjustments for our conference and training and for our dues that we hadn't, when we did the budget last year, we still had a half-time city attorney, so we had to make those adjustments to the full-time. The main change was we removed some of the non-office items from our budget. We had, with the new Munis finance program, when we were tracking our litigation expenses, in particular related to the nuisance actions, we found we were charging some things to the city attorney budget and then some things to an unclassified fund that most of our litigation expenses come in, and it was kind of disjointed. So I worked with Trina, and we have moved all of the litigation expenses into that unclassified litigation fund. So the city attorney's office budget is basically what it takes to run our office and our personnel in our office expenses. And that's the biggest change for this year. Again, with those couple of minor adjustments, just for having a third person in the office and our expenses going up on books and subscriptions.
I just had one question, Lynn.
Yeah.
So going back to the discussion on the number of cases and trials and that, does the city attorney's office use the Winnebago County Mediation and Conflict Resolution to resolve anything, or is that not
No.
something we do?
We can, so like when we, on one of the nuisance abatement actions this year, we did use the mediation program, but for our standard citation cases, they go through a flow of intake and then pretrial. Pretrial is the opportunity for me to sit there and talk to the defendant and basically engage in a mediation prior to trial. Now, Winnebago conflict isn't a part of that, but there is kind of that opportunity for an informal resolution before trial.
How many did we resolve that were scheduled for trial but did not result in trial?
Well, we had 348 court-ordered pretrials that may not be all of the ones that were scheduled for trial, but that's going to be a somewhat close
Yep.
number for you. And we ended up having 25 actually go to trial. So we put a little more time in ahead, but in the long run,
It saves.
It saves.
Okay. If there's no further questions,
Right.
we will
Thank
bring
you.
up the city clerk. The city clerk has 2 budgets. Her first budget starts on page 27.
Okay, the clerk's office, our primary goal is to be the official record keeper. That can be anywhere from contracts, agreements, liquor licenses, your council minutes, actions of the council, special assessments. Our primary goal is to work with our customers, and that flows over into my other budget also. As far as the budget is concerned, it did decrease in the clerk's area, and that's due to Angela and Emily are paid out of the clerk's budget for the election. And because of we're going down next year with the elections, that's the decrease for my clerk's budget. So any questions?
So you sent us a nice report about the number of people on Saturday. What did that cost us to do a Saturday, roughly?
Roughly about $400.
Okay.
And there are how many that went through on Saturday?
125 people voted. I did not include the facility personnel that were here to open the door of that. I could get that information, though.
No, that's all right.
Okay.
I'm just curious.
Okay, then if no questions for my clerk budget, then my election budget, that went down because we potentially have 2 elections next year, a February and an April. With the elections, we go from staffing the polls to doing training, testing the equipment, doing early voting, making sure that we meet all the state requirements that pertain to all the elections.
How many employees do you usually have for election cycles?
It depends on what is on the ballot. This upcoming election, I roughly have about 225 individuals because we're expecting a higher turnout. In the smaller elections, obviously, I cut back.
Well, yeah, like the spring elections, yeah. Okay.
I don't know, Pam, I think we should slash your budget.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
I think she should spend more time in the
As long
chair.
as she can get it back in 2020, she'll be
If
okay.
2020, you'll up it, that's fine.
I've always teased her that I want to leave a goose egg on her desk just before the budget hearing.
All right, thank
Well,
you.
you know, she should be in the chair longer than 2 minutes.
Well, that's what I mean. We should ask her some questions.
All right.
You want to give one last public service announcement when early voting
All right,
is?
early voting is going on right now. Today through Thursday, we are open until 4:30. On Friday, we will be open until 5. And then the
Oh.
polls are open next Tuesday from 7 in the morning till 8. Be sure to take your ID with you.
We transitioned into new equipment, right?
Yes, we did.
What's the estimated length of that equipment lasting before we have to switch or buy different, or do we buy it or does the state buy and provide it to us?
No,
We
the city purchases it.
Okay.
Yes.
There was a
We
grant
t-
a few years ago,
yes.
but that,
That went away.
Short-lived.
And we tend to, when we purchase voting equipment, we tend to do it county-wide because it's a savings, but also then the different clerks, if one would go down, we're there to support the other if need be, and vice versa. If we
So
would-
then all the townships, everybody's on the same system, so.
Yes,
Because
we
they have
are.
to report to the county clerk's office too, right?
Yes, they do. We all mow them in, yes,
Okay.
which is a great improvement from our old system.
So is there anything you need for elections?
No, not at this time. But thank you for asking.
the equipment either
She might
gets
be the one,
upgraded.
the one
Maybe in
department that
2020.
sits there and says, no, I don't need.
After
don't want anything
2020, you
new.
can bet that there'll be something. There's always something that in the aftermath of the presidential elections.
Yeah.
that Something needs to get improved, and
At this time, I feel we're in really good shape.
Well, does that have, that being said, does that have anything to do with the cyber liability enhancement thing? Is that
No, but Tony will be able to talk about
Not to
that
connect
tomorrow.
it to their concerns?
No.
No,
Because that's the big thing that everybody's talking about now is,
yeah, no.
okay. All right.
So Pam, I do have a question.
Okay.
So on your objective for the transition, the special assessments from in-house software to Munis, how do you think that'll impact your department by that, going into Munis after it's installed or implemented?
Once we've implemented it, I don't foresee a huge change from the current system that we use to the Munis.
Will it reduce some of the workload though in terms of all the paper?
We're still gonna have to enter information and make payments and
Yep.
things like that, so I see it the same.
Yeah, it's a wash, okay.
You see the early Saturday as a success, and future we'll have it again during bigger elections?
This past Saturday, when we had early voting with 125 people processed in the 3-hour time frame, I felt that was a good turnout. As I mentioned, that I would look at it after that election. I feel that in a bigger election, it's appropriate, but for the smaller elections, and depending on what's on the ballot also, would determine.
You mentioned, as part of your role, obviously, I guess stepping back from clerk, from the elections, but back to the last one.
Okay.
You handle communications with special assessments, and we're going to talk about a possible vehicle registration fee in a few weeks here. How much time would you guess or guesstimate that your current employees put towards that?
We put a lot of time towards special assessments. We work with the engineering department to make sure that we get the hearings out, all the estimates out. Then once it's certified, we communicate with the property owners to make sure that they set up their payment plans. And then each month, obviously, there's payments coming in. So it does take up quite a bit of our time.
I have.
Hey, Herman, it's been more than 2 minutes now.
Go. You're done.
Wow, with that note by the
Yeah.
city clerk.
Holy cow.
Moving on.
Transition is very nice into the library.
Thank you.
Jeez.
A little aggressive, but
Yeah. I'll keep that in
so
mind.
much for subtle transitions.
Aggressive, but effective.
So page 175, we have Jeff Gilderson Dewey, our library director, who will overview his operation budget.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here. Thank you all for your service on the council and for being here these 2 days. I know it's a really long haul, but you know, we department heads who work so hard on our individual budgets really appreciate all the attention that you give to this process as well. So back in 2015, the library did a strategic planning process and came up with what we felt was an ambitious 10-year vision statement for the library, and that is a library in every life. And the reason we chose that is because if you step back a moment and think about in your own mind, in your own life, what is the public library for? What is a public library? The kinds of things that you'll think about maybe from your childhood, you know, books, story times, movies, all of those things. We're still all of those things, but the world is changing and the way people use those various cultural products like books and music and such is changing. And so while still embracing core values of literacy and lifelong learning, we are in a process of evolving towards perhaps more interactive social kinds of experiences where people can learn from one another, learn from their neighbors, attend more programs and lectures. For example, in September, we did a series of 4 programs under the theme of Toward a More Informed Electorate. We're trying to embrace values of civility as well as citizenship, and create kind of a new term you may or may not have heard of is social infrastructure. This is not the hardscape infrastructure that James is going to be talking to you about, but more the community building infrastructure, opportunities for neighbors to see and be with one another in a space that's open that's open all year round, not 24 hours. Well, we are open 24 hours online because one of those sorts of resources that is part of our evolution are digital books and digital downloadable audio, digital downloadable video and music as well. So, we are evolving our mission beyond the traditional that we still do, but into new areas as well. And I guess the other thing I would mention about that is the library is, I would say, probably about halfway through a dramatic generational turnover of our staff. People were projecting a baby boomer retirement wave for a long time, and I kept kind of saying, when is that going to happen? Well, we are in the middle of it now. And so as that staff turns over, we examine every vacancy, we think about that staffing capacity, and we think about where we're trying to evolve, what directions we're trying to go. And so, we are staking out staff capacity into new areas. We recently hired a marketing coordinator to better able to tell the library's story, to educate the community on those new things that we're trying to do, to make people aware that the library could be part of their life in a way that isn't the typical ways that people would first think of. So those are challenges that we're facing through the budget process as well, obviously. As far as our levy increase in our operating budget, it's a little over $75,000. I think it's 73. Where is that? 73.2 is the increase that we're asking for in the levy. And I should say this is my budget proposal, but it's also the library board's budget proposal. They've been heavily involved in the deliberation process. The board and I have discussed the budget proposal each of the last 4 months since July. So this comes to you endorsed by your public library board, and the increase in the levy that we're asking for is really tied to the base assumptions in changes in personnel costs. So the changes in with the 2.5 across the board salary increase, step increases, pay for performance, and what minor increases in fringe benefits there are, those increases tie almost directly to that levy increase request. Other changes in the budget are being managed by use of the library's what's the phrase, unassigned fund balance. The library also has an unassigned fund balance. And in conversation with Mark and Trina this year, we decided to represent in the budget request the retirement payout obligations. We hadn't done that in the past. And you'll find that on page 175 up in the kind of the proposed budget summary. About 4 lines above the 3.8 million, you see 172.7. That's unassigned fund balance applied to expenditures in this budget, and 130,000 of that you'll find in the personnel page is potential retirement payout obligations. So when I talk about generational turnover, that's the maximum estimate that we might see in 2019. There's some additional money there for contractual services, for technology replacement, and also for some support of administrative functions as we evolve how we're doing some operations. We're going to temporarily provide some additional support to the Winnifox Administrative Office in order for them to take up accounts payable work. They're working closely with the finance department to kind of shift who within the library building is responsible for handling invoices and vendors and accounts payable, and working with Munis to get to better know how Munis works as well. So those increases are going to be covered by that fund balance.
This is slightly unusual compared to the other departments, but there's some strategic reason to do it in terms of expenditure restraint, because the only thing that shows up in our expenditure restraint line item is the levy support to the library. To the degree that they maintain a fund balance, they don't necessarily need it per se, but the fact that we can take advantage of that and use it for these types of circumstances, I think is a tribute to our cooperation on this issue, but it also enables us to set those funds aside so that when these types of things come, and Jeff doesn't know exactly when these are coming,
guess.
but they are inevitable. So certainly this will help all of us, because if we had to spike it 1 year just for one department, that could be devastating to our expenditure restraint limit. So it does serve a dual purpose for both the library as well as the general fund operating account.
Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you. So, Jeff, opportunities for cross-programming. I asked the senior center about this. I'll be asking the museum as well. Looking at the mission statement in reference to, preserving local history and creating our vibrant community gathering place. You and I talked a couple years ago about maker spaces and some of the ways in which libraries were evolving, both digitally and hands-on. And I guess my question is, has the library board or yourself been in any kind of conversations with either the museum or the senior center about any potential cross-programming, intergenerational things that support both missions in terms of sharing?
I would say not enough. And when I started in this position 13 years ago, the public library did absolutely no public programming for adults. Didn't do any at all. And so we've been growing that over the years. And in the last, say, 3 years, we started to go into it really much more heavily. And we need to do some learning as to how to better approach that, support that, and to reach out and work with partners, including both of those agencies. So we haven't done a lot of it yet, but I'm hopeful that we're going to be kind of focusing our energy in that direction to better support those public programming initiatives.
Sure. I know that there's been at least one neighborhood association that's partnered with the library, River East.
Right.
They are very fortunate to have the library as an asset. So it sounds like that kind of pilot program was successful or is being successful.
It's slowly growing. One of the things that we want to do yet with that is to take the demographic profile that has been supplied to us by the Community Development Department here and other learnings that we can do about that immediate neighborhood and look at how can we customize any kinds of services for service outreach to that neighborhood. And the idea is that we'll pilot it with River East because they are our neighborhood, and in order to learn how we can then extend those kinds of opportunities to the other neighborhoods in the city.
Sure.
But we're still a little behind the curve on that.
I guess the only other question I would ask you, and this might be a little bit outside of this, but as it's kind of tangential to economic development, and again, with some of the evolutions of other library systems into that kind of maker world as, let's say, pre-incubator entrepreneurial activities, does the board have any thoughts or have they expressed any interest in devoting like budget dollars towards any, I guess, furthering of that conversation?
We really haven't explored that with the board in depth and detail. We've had a technology learning lab in the lower level of the library for a while that's been kind of underutilized. Last year, we hired a new technology reference librarian and digital services librarian, and she has started to work with the young adult services librarian to design programs aimed at children and families. So we're doing like Techie Tuesdays that are aimed at families. We're doing more coding that's aimed at teens. So we're moving in that direction. Staffing in a facility like that is kind of the trick and the goal. So right now we're doing occasional programming, but we would like to see that facility be open more and have more of a drop-in sort of feel to it.
Sure.
We're just not there yet.
So hypothetically, let's say, for example, the senior center, they are not currently open on the weekends. They've talked about potentially expanding into some evening hours for some more intergenerational programming, but could you see a scenario, and I'm not going to hold you to this, but could you see a scenario in which there might be some, even library staffing or programs that maybe need a bigger space for some targeted activities taking place with the senior center or museum?
You mean partnering to use their venue for
Yes.
like a library-produced
Yes,
program?
exactly.
I don't see why not. One of the partnerships that we have that works with the senior population in town is close partnership with UWO's Learning and Retirement Program. So not only do we present programming to that group, but we regularly host other programs for that lecture series as well. So, we're wide open to, going back and forth between facilities. It's not really all about our facility, though one of our strategic goals is to be a downtown anchor destination. That's important to us. It's more about creating opportunities in the community for learning opportunities and neighbors to meet neighbors and to build community. And that if that happens in another facility and we're just a participant, totally open to that.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I've just got one or two actually. Specifically to the pay per performance. 2018, you've got a $22,000 budget allotment. Don't anticipate using any in 2018. Still there for 2019.
Brady, you can answer that.
Oh,
And maybe it's an accounting thing, and maybe
Or
not.
it's
But
more of an
I just
accounting
want to make.
Yeah.
I just wonder. Yours is one of the larger pay per performance budgets
Mm-hmm.
that I came across, and I guess.
So on the estimated expenditure end, it's actually absorbed into the estimated expenditures for the various classifications.
I was wondering because I saw that too. Okay.
So it's in the budget there, but we didn't really extract it. It ended up being salary for the various employees, so it's included in those.
Okay.
Yep, and that's a very good explanation. What happens is we do budget it out separately for transparency, but if they do choose it as a bonus or add to their base, it then rolls up into regular wages. Or they can also use it as vacation, so they have multiple options. But for transparency, we do budget it and put it in its own bucket.
We don't actually allow them to use it as vacation at the library.
Okay.
It's a bonus. That's the only way.
And then I had a question on 6401. So it looks like there's a estimated 30-some thousand increase for contractual services.
Correct.
Would that be related to the anticipated objective for completing a long-range library facility development plan? That's like part one of a two-part question. And then the part two would be, would this be building on to the facilities assessment that the city was doing? Because I believe the library was included in that facilities assessment that's being.
When we inventoried all of the library, or all of the facility assessments, the library had done their own, so we had shown that in that matrix that we provided. So, but I don't think that's the answer to your question, though.
So the first question about 6401, that increase in the contractual services proposal is connected with the temporary support of additional staff in the administrative office. It's Winnifox staff, so that's why it's contractual, to help us with evolving our accounts payable support. And that would be paid for one time with the fund balance. The planned facility assessment is authorized for support from the Facility Development Trust Fund that the library has at the Community Foundation. So the library board has authorized, it's either that one, I'm pretty sure it's that one, or it might be, it's trust fund money anyway that's authorized to support kind of a top to bottom assessment of the facility in light of these kinds of programming directions that we've been talking about already. Changing the space to create more opportunities. Well, more opportunities for spontaneous socialization within the library. Also, potentially for more group. We don't have enough group meeting space.
Exactly.
For us, like conference type room, maybe this size or smaller, for groups to be able to meet and work together. I'd love to see us create what's known now as a social commons space, which is more of a free-flowing drop-in, meet with your friends, sit in a booth, talk, knit, whatever you want to do. So those are some ideas that need to be explored through that process with architects and engineers and designers to kind of figure out how can we adapt our current facility to these new directions and new functions.
So do you anticipate that being very narrowly only addressing the library building, or do you think that, like I was referencing earlier, they might also look outside the library to other institutional or civic buildings for some of that?
Well, we are concerned with our building and how is it functioning to support our service mission. So that's going to be the focus of this. It doesn't preclude, of course, exploring partnerships with the museum or the senior center, the community foundation, United Way, the school district, all of the above. But in the immediate term, we have a building now that the new library was put up in 1994, was opened in 1994, so 25 years ago. And it really needs a top to bottom look for its adequacy for today and moving forward. It was a great warehouse for books. It was nice square warehouse for books, and it still needs to be that, but it needs to be other newer things too. So that proposal in our planning is really focused on the library building alone.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Other questions? Matt, did you have anything else?
You're good.
Okay.
I think this prepares us to transition into the Public Works Department. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your time. Take care.
Thank you.
We'll start with the Public Works Department on page 99.
James, where do you want to start? Do you want to do guidance?
We'll slide that one around. We will start with,
Big one.
You want to do streets first?
no, let's start with garbage and then we'll go to recycling.
Garbage. Yeah, that's pretty garbage. Greg, Bobby,
But
come
aren't we
on.
being, but we're being redundant, aren't we?
What's that?
But we're being redundant, right?
Well, we got Bob here. I brought this one up, right, Kevin? Yep. Okay. I'm gonna send it
Poor
over here.
Bob. Here he comes, and this is what we say to him.
What page are we on garbage?
155.
155.
Your hymnal, David.
So I want to thank everybody for the time all day today and all day tomorrow. I know this is a challenge for everyone, but I think this gives everyone a good opportunity to be at least awake and alert to have these conversations, and I think that helps all of us. As I mentioned, we'll start with the refuse garbage portion of the budget. As everyone knows, the primary focus of the division is to provide regular collection of refuse garbage from our residential property owners. This division is also responsible for the maintenance and management of properties that were formerly utilized as municipal landfills. We do have a few of those in the community. After construction of landfill gas mitigation systems at the former Keenest and Paulus quarry sites, which is currently going through design and permitting process, the operation of that system will also become responsibility of this division. We do not expect that to be impacting the 2019 budget, but certainly as we have this conversation next year planning for 2020, I do anticipate that will have an impact at that point in time. Garbage and recycling divisions do continue to be among the highest rated divisions within the annual citizen survey. A couple of impacts to the budget for garbage this year. The Winnebago County Solid Waste Management Board is increasing the tipping fees by $1 per ton of material brought to the Winnebago County Transfer Station. And that estimated increase just from those costs alone is more than the total estimated request for this budget. So with that, I guess Bob or Kevin, do you have any comments you want to add to for this division?
Well, for 2019, there'll be no changes in staffing. We're still going to operate with 4.5 routes on a weekly basis. Even with the increased annexations and the increased residential building, I think we're going to redo the routes over the course of the winter, and we'll be able to absorb it with the 4.5 gentlemen that currently do it. Right now, for 2019, I'm projecting 13,600 tons for 2019, with 21,000, just over 21,000 households we pick up.
So that's projected for 2019?
Yes.
And what was it for 2018?
2018 was 13.7. We've actually, both on the recycling and garbage side, we're running about 85 tons down for the year right now on both sides, and I think a lot of that's to do with property cleanups, violations, and different things that we pick up on a weekly basis, houses that get abandoned and that we tear down and stuff like that. But property cleanups is a big one too. We haven't had as many this year.
What's
sorry,
the
did you say
split between recycling and garbage?
Recycling is it's about, I'm trying to get it to 3 to 1, but recycling's at about 4,200. I'm putting in 4,200 tons. But we are trying to get it to a 3 to 1 split. That I'd be very happy with. But the biggest thing you got to remember with that is the weight of items have went down. There's just not as many items coming in recycling, and we are out there educating on a weekly and daily basis.
But it's my understanding that because China's not taking a recycling, that we may be looking at increased costs to dispose of that. So how is that impacting our recycling in Oshkosh?
If we want to roll into recycling right away, I guess we can do that.
I'm sorry.
Well, I
Sorry.
think before you do leave this particular fund, the one thing that we did want to discuss
Yes,
is
yeah, I was
that we
coming.
did bring forward, and specifically, Bob brought forward a CIP item for the purchase of a truck. They're reaching the point where their fleet is starting to need to be replaced from the transition to the single hauler truck equipment. One of the challenges that this fund is going to face is how do you fund the capital needs in this fund? We did bump that truck purchase down a road, but we are going to have to find a means because there's not an equipment replacement fund. And as you can see from the ending fund balance, we're also not accruing reserves to purchase equipment. So that will be a concern moving forward that we will have to address. We have pushed it down one more year, but it is something that the department did bring forward to begin the discussion.
Yeah, when we went into this in 2012, we bought all 5 trucks at once. And what I want to try to do with repair costs and that is start to space these out. You know, garbage trucks are anywhere from 7 to 10 years. And if we don't start to put some forward in the next couple of years, we're going to end up with a big bill all at once. And I'd like to see us in 2020 on that budget start to replace them, at least 1 to 2 a year, so we can get them through.
On that same note, maybe this is more for the city manager, for whoever bids their trucks, that Oshkosh Corp has reached out to me, I know, about getting back into the discussion at least. And I know there were issues the last time we ordered a bunch of garbage trucks at one time and recycling, that they didn't meet our criteria. But I've been advised that they would like to open that door again, discussion.
If I could respond to that one, I have been having conversations with Brad Nelson, who is the top person in charge of their garbage vehicle group. And he has sent people to meet with us to understand what type of issues that we have with their current design so that they can start working on design and engineering issues to try to address that so they can meet the requirements that we do have. Their design, the way it functions right now, they physically cannot pick up garbage cans on some of our streets. So there are some design things that they do need to address in order to meet those requirements. And I have met with some of their high-level managers, and we have met with some of their design team, and they went through and did look at a lot of look at the vehicles and go over our concerns and make a lot of notes so that their design engineering team can go back and kind of come up with something that will meet the needs of our community.
Okay.
So that is
Good.
something we have been trying to address with them.
I just think it's, back when I was a kid, Oshkosh had Leach because that was the company.
Right.
I just think that as important it is that we were able to keep their corporate headquarters here, it'd be really nice if we could start rolling out some
And that's
Oshkosh Corp trucks if they fit our needs.
And that's something that I have expressed to them, and they have assured me that they are going to work on this, and we've gone through the concerns and why they physically cannot pick up our garbage cans on some of our streets. And I think after our last meeting they had a much better understanding of the design issues they did need to work on.
All right, very good.
That'll be a good collaboration. I know years ago, Leach always worked for the city in product development.
Yes.
So it's a very good win-win.
Yep.
So I'm hopeful that we can keep working through that process so they, anytime we can have more suppliers that meet the requirements, the better it is for our community.
Well, then you get a better price.
Sorry, Lori.
So, I just am wondering, before we would leave garbage and go to recycling in both, I don't see the key performance measure sheet in here, or I'm sorry, I do see it, never mind. It was on the back of the next page. So when we have in here, and thanks for sharing the tonnage that was collected and is anticipated, I'm just curious, because we are talking about garbage disposal, wouldn't we have that in the key performance measures as an indicator?
It is in
It
there.
is in their tons. It's on the bottom, Lori.
Okay, I'm on page 160.
155.
155 would be,
For the garbage.
Oh, okay, all right, I moved ahead, never mind.
Can you remind me, and I appreciate going through the tours that we recently went through with all your departments. How many recycling trucks?
We have 4 recycling,
Or dedicated for
4
recycling?
dedicated one-arm trucks,
then-
side loaders.
And how many for garbage?
And how many for garbage?
Garbage, we still have 4 rear loaders and then 5 of the side loaders.
And the recycling ones get a shorter lifespan because of the glass and things like that, if memory kind of serves right?
Yes, they do.
That's
They-
what, the 6 to
the-
7 year, or is that on the high end? for
We still
garbage?
go with the 7-year on them.
Okay.
Still with about a 7, I'm trying. In fact, we were getting, when we get to recycling, we're looking at replacing our 2012.
And that's just because I'm on the same page in that. But, and then the side loader for the sanitation, you're still saying 70 across the board, or are those longer term, longer useful?
I'm trying to follow what Mark had given us, that we're gonna try to get a year or 2 out of them, but as you'll see in the budget here, that a couple of the repairs have went up. I did budget 10,000 more on repairs, and it's something we can't sit there and look into a glass ball and say, we're gonna break a truck. It's just when it happens, our central garage does a great job of getting them back up because, again, we're limited with our number of trucks.
I think originally we'd hoped that we were gonna get 10 years out of the garbage trucks, but I think just because they're, because of the bins and everything, or the carts, that people will fit as much as they can into those things, and they take a good beating as well. Maybe not as much as recycling, but pretty comparable. And
Have
that's,
we had to replace a bunch of carts over the years?
no,
Took on to that?
but people will fill
carts are
everything they can.
Carts are very strong.
Carts are very strong.
The only time we don't ever have any problem with that,
Okay.
Steve.
Okay.
But the trucks self-destruct. I mean,
Yeah.
rear loaders or side, they
All right.
self-destruct.
That being said, we bought all GNC trucks, right? Okay,
International.
Internet.
The CNG, was
Natural
it
gas?
recycling or?
Now,
garbage?
overall,
CNG.
are we seeing a good performance, or would you prefer to go back to a diesel
No,
engine?
I'm gonna say right now, I think it goes year to year on where the costs come in, and where it does, because honestly, the maintenance, the CNG, you may do one less oil change a year, but they're more expensive as oil change, is what I'm saying to you. So you do
Okay.
spend about the same on maintenance costs on each of those trucks.
The other
And you gotta look at
thing
the,
to keep in mind is the environmental impacts.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
that was
yeah,
one of the
sure.
big selling points as to why we went into the CNG in the first place.
Right.
Diesel has started to improve their engines as a result of that. And so every time we have a bid, we'll consider both options. And again, it comes down to pricing and working with Travis and the maintenance costs that we've now developed over the years on our CNG.
And it's a little lower in cost for fuel, right, for the CNGs?
Yes.
yes.
I think the economy is usually a little bit less though as well, right, Bob?
Yes.
Okay.
For reference for the council members, I see some of you are working in the CIP book. The sanitation truck that's in there is gonna get bumped out to 2020 because
Okay.
there's not sufficient funding for it in 19.
Okay. So that being said, I think we talked a little bit about it, but we are gonna start to put some money aside or figure out where we're gonna come up with.
Well, originally garbage was intended to go 10 years so we could borrow, but now that we know that we really can't count on that, now we have to shift it over to operating. When we get to recycling, you'll see that we do have an equipment replacement contribution specifically for the replacement of the recycling vehicles. And we're probably gonna have to look at doing the exact same thing for garbage. They might last you a year or two longer, but not much more than that.
And roughly, you said you were gonna be readjusting some of your routes and things. Roughly, how long does it take an operator to do a route?
Most of my routes are set up at about 1,000 a day for the full route. But again, it comes down to set out rates. On a Monday, we're running about 83% set out. But you get the Tuesday, Thursday, and we're at 65%, so they're picking up 650 houses. But it takes 6 to 7 hours to finish your route, and then you still got a lot of maintenance on the trucks on a daily basis that what I require and our department requires them to do to keep them up and running.
Okay. And is that downtime for your drivers, or are they doing other things then?
Oh, they're doing other things,
They're
yeah.
doing the
Maintenance.
Yeah, the
Maintenance,
maintenance,
and then-
washing them every day, the greasing, all that stuff, changing tires.
Yeah.
Now, have we had a truck go down where you had to take a different truck or
Yeah.
go behind, or do we have staff?
No, we never run the behind the trucks. What I do is, it's a lot of phone conversations with the drivers as they're driving, but we keep in contact almost on an hourly basis of what's happening if somebody breaks down, because I move guys that maybe ain't having a big day. I move them into the areas, and we're constant in contact. But we do with Central Garage, they're pretty good at getting the trucks back up and running for me.
This is just a cop question, I guess. Do you rotate the routes once in a while so they don't get bored?
No, I do
Driving
not.
the same road.
Because let me tell you, with 1,000 stops, there's a lot of spots that another driver maybe would forget, and so I make you responsible for your route.
Okay.
Increases
I think
the
that's
odds
why-
of missing somebody. Sure.
Our misses are so few.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, one was a former mayor that brought it up to me one day, and it was like, it was a miss. And Bob and I were like, of all the streets you had to miss a former mayor. But no, these guys they know their routes extremely well. It's when they have to shift them,
Yeah.
it takes a little recollection for the backup guys, but it's amazing what they're.
And we do makeup routes at times, not a full route, but a half of one, like if for vacations or if somebody has to go home for a reason or there, because we only have a staff of 10 drivers.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to start recycling. Page 151.
All right, a little bit of background. Obviously, the primary focus of Recycling Division is to educate our residents and property owners on proper recycling to reduce the amount of waste going into the landfills, and collect recyclable materials from our residential properties. State of Wisconsin does continue to provide partial reimbursement of recycling division costs through the recycling grant program. That money does come from a charge that is tacked onto all landfill, all waste going to the landfill. So there is a per ton charge on garbage going to landfills that funds the state recycling grant program, which in turn funds recycling divisions such as ours. The yard waste drop-off site is operated and managed by the recycling division. As I mentioned, recycling and garbage do both continue to score high on the citizen survey. Overall, the recycling division does have a slight reduction in budget requests from 2018 due to the amount of time it takes for vehicles to be constructed. Vehicles that are ordered in 2017 did not appear until 2018, and vehicles that were ordered in 2018 we do not expect to see until 2019. There is quite a significant lag time in from the bid and the ordering to actually having that vehicle constructed. The Winnebago County Solid Waste Management Board is increasing the handling fee for recycling materials handled at the transfer station from $5 per ton to $10 per ton. So that is, it's a doubling of the cost. Bobby estimated we were at about a little over 4,000 tons of
recycling will be about 4,200 tons for next year.
So that's about a $22,000 impact on the recycling division budget. Now, Lori, your question you had for recycling.
Oh, it was in relation to that, is that as a direct result of the China ban on receiving U.S. recycling materials?
Certainly, we will be seeing a significant drop in the commodities, the sale of commodities check that we received from Winnebago County. This year, that check was about $90,000. We have been advised to expect next year's check to be about $10,000 or $12,000. So it is a very significant impact that the kind of federal trade wars are having on recycling programs.
So that being said, Mr. City Manager, how are we adjusting our budget for that hit?
This is a utility fund, and we do have a recycling fee. Fortunately, we're not looking at an increase in our recycling fee for 2019.
Right.
We do have a reserve there. As you can see on page 151, we're planning to end the year at about with about
Surplus.
650,000, but we're going to dip into that by about 200,000, but that's primarily for the vehicles.
For the vehicle, yeah.
And so this is where we do take advantage of having a sinking fund, as you asked earlier. It's
Right.
great that we have that sinking fund. So, we are taking a hit with that because our revenues, that's a $70,000 drop in revenues on the recycling side, and plus the tipping fee is doubling. So this is a transitional year, but we're going to make it in 19 okay. But come 20, we're going to have some challenges.
So along those lines, I believe I asked about this last year, and I'll just do some quick math here. So it's my understanding that the average American household throws out about 42 pounds on average per year of waste food that potentially would be compostable. If we say 40 pounds, 40 pounds per household, and we have 23,000 units, that's about, by my math, 966,000 or 438 tons. If we were to follow the path of other cities that have instituted composting, I guess it really only comes out to, I guess, around a $5,000 difference. But is there room in our educational programming and/or our municipal ordinances for composting? I know this has been talked about for several years. I believe sustainability was going to look at it. I mean, this goes back probably 2012 when I was doing internship with planning, looking at composting ordinances. But I guess the question is, with these changes, I mean, do you see value being added in our households being encouraged to compost compostable food products?
I think anytime, we can, reduce the amount of material that goes to a landfill, that's a good thing, that's a win. Landfills, they're not an infinite source of storage space. As you may remember with the Tri-County agreement between Outagamie, Brown, and Winnebago, Winnebago County's landfill was the first one to be filled. We're currently working on Outagamie. After that, it'll shift to Brown, but then, there's got to be another plan in place. So certainly any time that, that can be reduced, I think it's a win for the environment as a whole. Excuse me, as a whole. We'd have to look at our educational materials, but I think there's always opportunities to improve the information that we put out to the public.
And we do work with the university and try to, because they do talk about they do have
biodigester.
digester and stuff like that. We try to work with them. I'm not sure if we're there yet to provide curbside or
Right.
to I
Yeah,
don't
there's
know if we're there yet because
Pros and cons on that.
Yeah.
But I'm only referencing, quick back of the envelope math here on households. It doesn't even include grocery stores and food banks and, spoilage on the commercial level. So I would imagine, who knows, maybe if the biodigester is still accessible
Oh,
within the
they
next.
currently take
A lot
that
of the
stuff from
commercial.
the commercial, yeah.
Mhm.
They get it all the time.
I wonder if they are open to the idea of household. It's a small amount, but again, small amount, but we have a very limited landfill resource.
That may be something for the sustainability board.
It just may be. I have asked them to look at that, but I wasn't sure if we were keeping our eye on it.
Any other questions from the recycling standpoint?
Now, where do you want to go next?
Otherwise, as we mentioned, there's the one vehicle in the CIP for recycling. Next, we will transition into central garage then, if everybody's good with recycling. So, Bob, thank you. And
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, we'll slide Travis
Bob.
on up here.
Page 113.
They're bouncing around, but there's a method to their madness, so just.
Oh, they're all street departments.
Well, my madness is I'll start with field operations, then we'll transition into, the city hall, and then we'll hit the utilities at the end. So that's kind of the method to my madness on bouncing around the book a little bit.
And I will point out that, we've had some great discussions, and you'll notice that in the back row is, one of our departments, and I think it demonstrates some of the collaboration that Public Works, and in this case, fire, but not just fire. I think they're just one example with particular to Central Garage and some of the things we're doing, some really cool things, so.
Yeah, I think that leads right into a little bit of my background speech, if you will, that I had prepared. Obviously, the primary focus of this division is to maintain the vehicles and equipment for the Department of Public Works and to assist other departments in their vehicle and equipment maintenance. Here in the second half of 2018, Central Garage Division really started providing a lot of fleet maintenance services to the fire departments. It started with, they had some staffing concerns, and they had, their mechanic was out for a little while, so, we stepped in and started helping them out, keeping the fleet up for them, and, we're looking, we've been working with them on wanting to continue building that relationship and helping them with their fleet. Central Garage also provides all the diesel and unleaded gasoline for the entire city fleet of vehicles with the exception of Transit Division. So other than the buses, the entirety of the city fleet fuels at Central Garage, and that fuel budget is all in Central Garage. It's not spread out across all of the other general fund departments. The utilities do have to, account for their fuel as, the Central Garage bills the utilities for that, but they do provide all of that fuel for the city's fleet. The division also assists in writing specifications for vehicle purchases that are approved in the capital improvement program. So we talked a little bit about vehicles for garbage and recycling. Travis and his group help write the specs for that, as well as all of the other departments and divisions that are acquiring vehicles. The garage division helps them out with writing that specification. Some of the impacts, to this budget. The cost of diesel and unleaded is highly volatile, depending on the commodity cost. As we know, the price at the pump goes up and down on almost a daily basis. There's the factors that influence the cost of fuels completely out of the control of the division, the department, or even the city. Could be a bad storm in the Gulf drives prices up, or something happens in the Middle East and prices go up or down. We have really no control over that, but that's one of the things that we do keep a very close eye on. Mark mentioned the work that we've been doing with the fire department. One of the things that we are looking at here in Central Garage, in order to maintain providing the level of service and help the fire department with maintaining their fleet health, we have submitted an enhancement request for a mechanic position. We've been able to provide those services for the fire department through the second half of 2018 to date. It was a bit of a lighter time. We could absorb that. Now, as we start moving into the winter, I think you start having a lot more maintenance issues that you're working on. So, in order to continue to maintain providing the level of service for the fire department and improve and maintain the overall health of their equipment as well as ours, we are looking to be able to expand by one position in the division.
I do have just a quick question. It's probably an accounting feature or just an accounting question. The deduction that you're putting on here, $60,000 to be billed to police, fire, and parks. Would those budgets then have to go up by $60,000 to account for that, or is that already built in their costs that we would anticipate sliding that from another contracted service provider?
The primary impact is with fire, as Kevin and Travis have updated me, and that is really, I believe, a reduction in outside services that currently are very heavily utilized in maintaining the fleet.
So then the actual true net would be the $20,500 roughly. But that would be the actual true net. Okay.
Yeah, because what we're looking at is by doing this, we can see some reduction in their overall maintenance costs, with some of that coming over to this division versus going to outside mechanics.
And just a little background on our plan of attack with this. You'll see in the enhancement package that it lists a master mechanic. Our objective is we have 5 mechanics currently, and it's to give them an opportunity for an advancement. So with the certifications that are required in the master mechanic, as they work towards that, Travis and James and I will work to decide, at what point one of them or possibly 2 have that opportunity to advance to the master. The new hire would be an entry-level tech position that would allow us to utilize that new person to do oil changes and help out around the shop and some of the more minor repairs. So just so you understand it, we're not looking to hire a master mechanic. It's going to be an entry-level tech position.
The item so it is accounting in nature, but what needs to happen, and my understanding is the numbers are still being worked out with the departments that are listed, is there will actually be a reduction in the departments that offer that are going to utilize these services, with the offset being then a new position if the council would approve. So it would be allocated upon agreement between the departments pledging to the $60,000.
And I think the reason Chief Stanley's here is I think he can discuss some of his maintenance issues and why he feels this is important for him, because I think the chief has done an assessment of his capabilities, and the timing was that his mechanic was heading out on leave about that same time, but gave the chief, I think, an opportunity to take a look at his fleet and his needs, and and discussing it with your BCs and assistant chief about what your needs were as well.
Correct. Thank you for having us. That we were in a deficit because we had a mechanic, our sole mechanic, gone for an extended period of time having some surgery, which leaves us with nobody to service our aging fleet. Also, with the lack of facilities that we have, the lack of equipment that we have to be able to service that, we were outsourcing a tremendous amount of work that took an hour each direction to drive that piece of apparatus there, plus a shop rate of approximately $100 an hour. Through collaborating with the central shop, we've not only seen an increase in our efficiency because we're able to turn that around much faster. We're not using as many hours to transport rigs. Quite frankly, we've seen an improvement in the service that we have traditionally gone with that more expensive shop rate, and our mechanics here were able to identify some shortcomings and some very significant issues that could have led to catastrophic failures. And also, it's obviously much more economical to keep it in-house. So we're realizing about a 4-to-1 cost savings of a $25 an hour rate rather than a $100 an hour rate. So it's really been very advantageous to the efficiency of the fire department to move in this direction. Allows us to better utilize our current mechanic, and gives us the opportunity to keep things within the city, so just compounding and exponential benefits that we're having through this relationship. So we've been very, very pleased.
And I think when we met and walked through your facility, you have dedicated one bay.
At this point in time, yes, we have, kind of set aside or dedicated one of the maintenance bays for working on vehicles. At this time, whether we can continue that or we, have to, slide around a little bit, but, that's what we've been able to do at this point is dedicate a bay to working on the vehicles for fire department. That way, we're getting stuff turned around for them. As Chief indicated, the guys have, found other issues as they've been working on vehicles, and, anytime, sometimes when you go out to an outside shop, okay, this is what I'm fixing, that's what I'm fixing, and unfortunately, other things sometimes get overlooked, and we've been able to identify some of those things and get them done and turned around a lot quicker, as Chief mentioned, and get the equipment back in service for them.
And I think for the council members who have been on for a while, who were here when the garage was approved, this is what I think you were anticipating when you approved it, because you wanted to see these efficiencies and these collaborations. And I know that has come up a number of times. And, I give credit to Travis. Travis was not here with the old central garage. In fact, he started the week after we had the opening celebration. So Travis doesn't know anything but working with everybody to get this stuff done. And I think the service he's offered, the chief, is just one example. And we're going to use this as an example throughout the organization of the service that can be provided, and the efficiency. And I mean, the amount of time that Chief Stanley's saving with his BCs, not having to drive to parts unknown to get a truck worked on, when he can just drive it a few blocks and get it taken care of very efficiently. And Travis's job is to, get his garage filled and then emptied as quickly as possible. And that's what he's doing.
Well, I think it makes sense. I know the county has consolidated a lot of their services. The county parks used to have a mechanic, they don't any longer. Facilities used to have a mechanic, they don't any longer. So I think it makes sense to continue the growth, I guess you could say, from saving it in-house and having to go out-house. And I know, having been down to the main fire station numerous times, there's not a lot of room to work on vehicles in there, even though they have a lift. It's got to be pretty hard and difficult. So I think this is a good move. I think it's a good move for the city as a whole.
So then, that area that was, when I did my tour over at Central Garage, that was kind of set aside for expansion, this is part of what's being used now, correct, for some of these?
No, when the garage was built, there was an area immediately west of the existing building that's kind of was set aside for future expansion of the building. We're not planning any building expansion. We're utilizing the existing bays that we currently have. But certainly that is a part of it, as the city continues to grow, not only our department, then, we've got to be able to respond to that, but, as we're able to help others, that's what's kind of going to fuel into when we have to take a look at, that potential expansion.
So it's not just fire then, that you're also servicing some of the police vehicles as well?
We've been doing a few oil changes on some of the non-critical vehicles, so like CSOs or detective cars or things like that, things that are not as mission critical, if you will, things that they can get over and get back without having as much concern about. So we've been doing a little bit of work with them. We're kind of testing those waters a little bit too, to try and figure out, I know they've got some pretty good deals with some of the local shops on, some of the basic maintenance, oil changes and things like that. As I had met with their fleet coordinator, some of the prices and deals they've got worked out with some of the local shops are probably better than we can even do at times. So, some of those things, we got to continue to evaluate. And, I'm not going to ask them, to do something that's going to cost more in the grand scheme of things. So,
So the majority of that 60,000.
It's fire department savings.
Fire.
Okay.
But give us time.
Oh, sure.
I think we're going to use Mike
This
as
is-
testimonial that you can get great service out of there. But the police, I think, have gotten some really good deals out in the community, and I think some of the local garages like to pride themselves on that. But they can't take Chief Stanley's stuff. It's pretty complicated, heavy-duty thing. So, and Travis is equipped to handle those pieces of equipment. So, but give us time. We're gonna slowly work this, and that was the whole idea when we started this.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
So we'll go into streets next.
Any other questions on Central Garage? If not, yes, we'll transition into
Just one
streets.
question in Central
Yeah, sorry.
Garage. You've been in there now, what, 5 years, 6 years?
Oh, 5.
About 5. Overall, I know year to year, you've been saying that you've seen reductions in cost and things like that. Wear and tear, things starting to, any kind of things breaking down
I
or
think
things
the-
like
Yeah,
that?
we're
that-
definitely making an improvement to the equipment. We're maintaining it better through some better practices that we're, allowed to do with the space we have. Another important part was getting the auto wash online. So not only, are we seeing a reduce in cost of the overall cost of operation of the vehicles, but I really think in 5 to 10 years, we're going to see reduction in the cost of replacing vehicles because we're gonna be able to extend some of those lifespans. It'll take time, there'll be some lag as we get the new vehicles in and we're able to maintain them, the best we can right from the get-go. But we're certainly seeing an improvement in the equipment and the time that it's allowed to, be out on the road as opposed in the shop.
Okay, good.
Supplies and repair parts costs have been trending down, and, as Travis mentioned, if we can, if all of a sudden, a plow truck goes from a 12-year life to a 13-year life or a 14-year life, that's where we really start seeing the big impact. And, as you mentioned, we're only 5 years into it yet, so, some of those older vehicles, we're still trying to work out of the fleet. So it takes a little bit of time, but we have been seeing that downward trend on the supplies and repair parts.
Okay, good.
One quick, I just want to make sure my math is right. It looks like fuel basically has stayed, or your budget at least is relatively flat from last year to this year. Is my math is roughly correct?
Looks like, yeah.
722 going up to about 730 roughly, so not too much volatility in that anticipated, hopefully.
Yeah, it looks like we got about a $15,000 increase combined between diesel and gasoline. And that's,
Yeah.
It's trending up, and our actuals, from our actuals to our proposed, the budget to budget's pretty close, but we're just expecting an increase, and that's where the latter part of the year's been trending.
Yeah, it has been going up until very recently, and it started to trend back down. I mean, it's magic 8-ball time as far as, when it comes to fuel. When are you gonna have a hurricane or a conflict somewhere in the world that's gonna drive it up? But right now, I think the cost per gallon of fuel for the diesel and unleaded fuel is only going up 5 or 6 cents, we're projecting, and then we're expecting the cost of CNG fuel to be flat next year.
I'd rather budget high as a precaution.
That's why we haven't.
Yeah, Travis, you mentioned CNG. I didn't even mention that, but we've got a pretty a good deal worked out with Quick Trip right now. Their price has been stable, and we get around a 20 cents per gallon discount off of the listed retail rate, even though we are filling up at their facilities. So their retail list right now, I believe, is $1.99, and we've been paying around $1.78, $1.79 per gallon from Quick Trip on the CNG.
And then we get a rebate on top of that, so.
Oh, okay.
And they have two facilities here in the city that have CNG stations, the Highway 76 one and the Washburn Street one at Highway 44. All right. Well, thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to Streets Division, primary focus of the division is to maintain the city's infrastructure. Oops, I'm sorry.
107.
107.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had my book set up.
Yeah, that's all right.
No, I apologize.
We're good.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Primary focus is to maintain the city's infrastructure. This includes not only maintaining the streets, but also the sanitary sewer system, the storm sewer system, and the city-owned regional stormwater management practices. The division also continues to provide services to many other city departments. From a community development standpoint, the division assists with the demolition of structures on acquired properties. The division helps the Parks Department with paving and other construction projects. The Streets Division conducts all the asphalt street patches for where water main breaks occur. From the sewer and stormwater utility, the division does all the televising and maintenance of the sewers and manholes.
Does the Streets Division also do the bike lane striping and bike path?
No, that's handled by the Transportation Department. Some of the budgetary impacts on the Streets Division, the use of sodium chloride, road salt, very weather dependent. The current budget assumes the cost for the guaranteed purchase of 2,000 tons through our DOT contract this year, plus the reserve purchase of 700 tons, and there's enough for approximately a 500-ton early fill next year. So hopefully the weather cooperates and we don't have to use a lot of it.
Maybe want to talk about the volatility in that pricing.
Yeah, as you may recall from when we brought the contract forward this year, we saw about a $7 to $7.50 per ton increase in road salt this year. That was after decreases over the past couple of years. So I think it had been trending down, and this may have just been a reset year where it spiked. Unfortunately, that's how it goes.
And the usage was up overall throughout the country. The winter where we had repeated storms, us included, we utilized just under 4,000 tons of salt last year. So that's up by about 1,500 tons over previous years. So we hadn't seen that for quite a while, and that had helped us with the budget on occasion, where this year you're seeing that change a little bit. We are full to the point of overflowing and had to borrow a little space from the county. So we're set, ready to go.
One other thing of note that I wanted to point out, we do have several staff that have kind of reached the point in their careers where more of them are taking paid overtime rather than compensatory leave for their overtime. So, there is a little bit of a shift in overtime costs due to some of them choosing to get paid overtime versus compensatory leave to be able to have additional leave. I think, as we had a turn there for a number of years, we had a lot of newer staff, and now they're getting into that range where they get a little bit more vacation, so they're not taking as much of the compensatory leave time. Other than that, if there are any questions on Streets Division?
James, if you could just, because it shows up as a goose egg on estimated, just talk about street oiling supplies and the decision that was made. I know it has.
What page are you on there, Mark?
Page 110. The 75,000 you had budgeted.
Oh, yes.
A lot of it has to do with the salt, but.
The street oiling supplies. Thank you, Mark. That's a good point to bring up. this is generally the cold mix overlay program. This year, due to a late start to the construction season, spring was very cold and not conducive to getting construction started. Our streets division crews were not able to get started on their normal construction activities at the same time of year as they normally would. That followed by a very hot spring led to several pavement blowouts. So they were very busy doing street concrete patching due to pavement blowouts. In fact, some of those patches are still being conducted even now. So due to a combination of all of those factors, we were not able to get a cold mix overlay program completed this year. So that is why you see the estimated expenditure for 2018 to be a 0, but we are putting that budget back in for next year. It's just, it's kind of a bit of a perfect storm of, late start, and then all of a sudden it got really hot, so there was a lot of other things they had to focus on. And that coupled with workload in engineering division to try to help them coordinate the cold mix program, we just could not get to the cold mix overlay program this year.
Well, if you're gonna bring it back next year, get over by the YMCA on those little side streets.
That was actually on our list.
That's like driving through a landmine.
It got to him.
But on a different note, I'm a little concerned on page 108 under your key performance measures. At the top, it looks like citizen plates continue to increase in our streets. I know we spent a lot of money on our street program, and I know we didn't do the cold mix asphalt this year, but just what are, if you can, do you know what are some of the complaints?
The complaint number that you see there is primarily potholes. And the C-Click fix implementation has brought
a lot more complaints,
yeah,
sure.
not a lot more, but it's helped, get the word out, and people have that as an outlet to contact us.
And I think another part of that is, if you look at, I don't know if everybody got a copy of the kind of summary document up front, the text that I put together, but from having the PACER rating redone in 2017, that's done on an every other year basis. We did see a significant drop in our overall composite PACER rating. So that also starts to add into the number of complaints as street condition. Even though we are doing a fair amount of work on the reconstructions, it still shows we have a lot of work to do, and we need to continue pressing forward on all of those activities, because we are seeing a slight decline in that overall PACER rating.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
I think the only thing before we move on, let's go to capital on page 41. There are some
The CIP.
equipment, for vehicles for the CIP.
Thank you, Trina. Kevin here, if there's any questions, otherwise I'll let Kevin respond to.
This morning I talked about parks, these are the worst of the worst. I think this is similarly, we've identified the ones that are essentially, there are some cases where the floorboards are, you can see the street through the floorboards right now these days. Travis isn't here. He does a very effective job of explaining these vehicles, but Kevin, if you could just kind of summarize.
Yes, the half-ton pickup truck, we try to evaluate every vehicle, not based just on the age. We're looking at, like Mark said, this one is one in particular where we had to replace the floorboards because you could see through to the pavement.
They threatened to take me for a ride in it.
We offered.
I've been in cabs like that in New York.
Guatemala.
The tandem, again, those similar to all of our garbage and recycling, we try to have a cycle of replacement where we're not having to do more than one a year. We have 13 of them, so we're able to, try and get one per year. And again, we're looking at one that's in the worst condition with a lot of maintenance costs associated with it. The utility tractor is a multi-use lawn mowing, snow removal, all kinds of different things that we use that for. So high utilization. It's going to be 10 years old by the time we get it replaced, and we're hoping it makes it that long. The grader that we're looking to replace, as you can see, is over 30 years old.
Near 40.
Almost 40. And that we're looking to replace with a used piece of equipment. We've already started, getting the word out, and we've got some good leads on some replacement opportunities for that piece of equipment. The key thing with the graders, there are winter workhorse for snow removal. Without those things, we'd be in a world of hurt. So it's nice to see that we're getting the opportunity to get one.
Yeah, with some of the wet, heavy snows like we experienced in April this year, it's the graders that are out hitting a lot of the residential streets. They're the most capable of being able to deal with, that accumulation of wet, heavy snow like we had in that storm.
Are you recommending used based on just because you don't use as much?
Yes.
Or the cost overall?
I would
Or
say
both?
yes to both.
Okay.
You can get into, a 5-year-old piece of equipment for significantly less cost than a brand-new piece of equipment. And for the way we utilize these, we don't have a lot of streets where we need to do like shouldering and things like that, which is where the grader would also be used. It's just not responsible to look for a new piece of equipment.
Okay.
Let's look for something in that 5 to 10-year range that is significantly less expensive, and we can get another 20, 30 years out of it as we've seen from this.
Okay.
With that said, that grader is one that's been out there on Compass Way, keeping things, Kevin, just you heard his sigh. It's a challenge.
Well, traditionally, government doesn't buy used equipment, but in this case where it's not used as much, it has a specific purpose. We can get 20 years out of a used piece of equipment, and it makes sense.
Is this something where you're actually getting it right from Caterpillar? Or
Yeah.
you're-
Yes,
it's
or similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we
And
talked about that.
Yeah, typically they're a leased piece of equipment.
Oh, okay.
Certain municipalities lease them, and then they put them up for sale. So it's,
That being said, we've talked a couple times in my time on council about lease. Would this be one where a lease would be a more option, or not really?
I know you've looked at that with this one. I think the costs of trying to lease for the amount of time that you actually use it get pretty high in
Okay.
relation to just buying a used piece of equipment.
Okay.
What kind of a warranty does a used have, if any?
it depends. Yeah, it'll depend on how old it is, how many hours are on the machine. So it'll depend on that. Most of them still do have some warranty left. And they're vendors that we've worked with in the past, and they're pretty good about giving us an extension and things. The final piece of equipment is a single axle area truck. Those are our first line of defense in all the snowstorms. They're the ones going out salting, things like that, and then are also obviously used, during the storm itself, so.
So Trina, this would be for you, and you got city contribution like at 185 for that truck project, total 200,000. You're saying there's some trade-in value?
Right in, yep.
Okay. Just making sure. So I figured, but.
Yeah, we started about a year or two ago. We started trying to factor that in, to give a more realistic expectation in the CIP.
Okay.
Fair amount of your street vehicles are going for snow removal, not necessarily street construction, but actual.
They're
They are.
multi-purpose vehicles. The tandems. In the summertime, the salting equipment comes out, the plows come off, and they're hauling stone, they're hauling asphalt. So the tandems are truly a year-round piece of equipment. That single axle area truck, Kevin, that's primarily a salting truck in the winter. Yes, Lori.
So, I have a question. Just out of curiosity, I think I saw some cities use, it's a plow that also has an arm that after they plow, it kind of sweeps the spillover. The complaint that you get from folks from, plowing in the driveways. That
The
has
wings.
like the.
Oh,
The wings?
the wing.
Yeah, the wings
Yeah.
that can grab it and pull it.
Yes, I guess that's my question. How much more expensive are those?
That's included in the price of the vehicle.
Oh, so this one does have that capability?
Yep.
Well,
Maybe
I'm
I'm
not,
not
I think we're
explaining.
Maybe
thinking
I
two
missed-
different things, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you plow,
Yep.
but the vehicle that I was looking at, it had like an extra arm, so that once you plow, that spillover from the plow, like on the driveway apron, is then cleared
back
back
into the
off,
street.
so that you're, you know.
It's not really the wing, because the wings you're using to push stuff back a little further. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that. we'll have to look into that.
You know,
A little
it
more.
could have been a Canadian city. It's been a while since I saw it. I was just curious if we, you know. went
I
to-
can't
It's
say
called
I've
high
ever
school kid.
seen
Yeah.
something like that. to
Yeah, I
be
haven't
honest
seen
with
anything
you.
like it either, so.
So that when you get your driveway plowed in, you wouldn't, because this extra arm goes and sweeps it back
I
out.
think they use those in Alaska. I'm not even kidding.
Those are high school kids.
Yeah.
But to Kevin's point, the wings that are on our trucks, just like we have in the plow truck, they're designed to push the snow farther or even grade.
Right.
If you if we had gravel shoulders, the wing takes care of the snow and the gravel shoulder.
Right.
One last question, just on the, I guess, efficiency of those, the two trucks. So your tandem the tandem and the single. It's only $20,000 difference between the two, but yet your single axle is most likely, as you mentioned, is used primarily snow removal. Not really used.
We have several that, they call them slide-in units.
Okay.
Where you can take that salter unit out and utilize it during the summer. With this particular one, it's just a winter only.
And that's where I was wondering,
Unit.
with the cost almost comparative or almost equal, is there, more value in getting something that you can actually use for 12 months, getting another double axle comparative to a single axle? That's just my question on that. Just efficiency and when you're spending 200,000, if you're using it for 6 months, or spending 200,000 using it for 12 months, or having the ability to use it for 12 months. That's a question.
Sure. What I would say to that is, that with having the number of tandems that we currently have, we're good in that regard. And the history of using some of the single axles is just a winter only is based on the fact that they put on so many miles. Because they're, like I said, our first truck out, they're doing the salting and then they're doing a route and they're more maneuverable. So we utilize them within the downtown areas and things like that, the older neighborhoods where it's important to have that maneuverability.
Okay.
So,
Just was wondering on that?
yep.
I think that's all we have vehicle-wise. James, I think you wanted to do admin and engineering before we get to utilities?
Yep, I was gonna go into engineering next.
I don't see Steve here, but I'm not sure if he's not coming today? No, Cody.
I know, he may be, participating in a meeting with community development right now too.
Okay, because Alan's here, so.
Oh, Alan is here. Well, let's hit engineering here real quick, maybe if we can.
Maybe do
Or were you
admin,
looking at?
let's do admin and engineering. Admin's not gonna take much more.
Admin only takes a couple
that's
minutes,
you
but
and-
it's me, Stephen.
Page
Tracy.
99 for
Let's
Public
hit,
Works admin, and then that'll segue to engineering.
actually, if
real
we can
quick.
start, because you need to get going, right, Alan?
2:30.
If we could
Oh,
start
okay.
with engineering, which is why Alan is actually here.
103?
We've got John here.
Yep,
Yep.
and we'll take a break after engineering and.
We're gonna set up a PowerPoint for John's presentation.
Okay.
Okay,
I've got to leave for 20 minutes.
Little bit of background for engineering. Engineering division's primary responsibility is to manage construction projects. Engineering division is responsible for the survey, design, and inspection of the annual street reconstruction program, annual asphalt overlay program, sanitary sewer, water main, and storm sewer design, and coordinates the long-range planning documents related to water utility, sewer utility, and stormwater utility. The engineering division also assists other departments in planning and managing construction projects. Engineering division continues to assist parks with projects, providing design and construction services for transportation department for the parking lot reconstruction, and also providing support to community development by assisting developers and helping manage city construction projects. some of the engineering division budget impacts. Current staff levels do, limit us on some of the work we are able to provide for other departments. Engineering division has submitted an enhancement request to add an additional engineer. The division has 2 primary street design engineers that have a combined level of experience with the city of approximately 75 years. It's very important for the division to have a succession plan in place by having an engineer have the opportunity to learn from those combined experiences. Additionally, that new staff position will allow the engineering division more opportunity to continue to provide services to other departments and divisions. One handout, if I could, oops, no, that's just mine. We'll just, thank you. Pass that down. A little bit of a cost comparison for projects being managed out of the engineering division. Adjusted for construction cost indices, the last 2 years have been the highest level of construction managed by the division in the last decade. During the previous high from about 2010 to 2012, the division did have more staff available to manage projects. And that request is one of the reasons why Mr. Davis has joined us here as well, because of the level of support that engineering division does provide for them. So I'll let you kind of give your input on that, if you may.
Sure. As a follow-up to our discussion this morning with community development, one of the primary roles for development services is reviewing applications and guiding developers and contractors through the process. Oftentimes, we end up having to review the public infrastructure, street, sewer, water, especially stormwater as time goes by for any project, whether it's a redevelopment project or a greenfield site or something in our industrial park that we're trying to recruit. When it comes down to it, time is money still on the development process, even our economic development promotions activities. Time is very important. We try to stay on the developer's schedule, and I can tell you we've been really right up against the wall when it comes to responding to some of our development requests when it comes to engineering details, and we've put the engineers in a really back up against the wall type of situation where they've got to perform an analysis, do some basic design, and come up with some cost estimates on a very short time frame, which the developer needs to either for us to compete or for the developer to decide if they're going to do this project or not, or they're going to change it at all. And we try to stay on the developer's schedule. That's the motto on the second floor. And now that we've dragged engineering into it, we try to stay on the developer's schedule as well. And I know we've taken a lot of city engineer Godey's time when it comes to current planning. Mr. Burrich talked about current planning, about everything he's been working on. And development review has been projects that we have on the boards that we're trying to stay on schedule with the developer. So that's one thing that I'm looking at. Just working with developers and being so responsive is more responsive. It's kind of a lean process improvement when it comes to providing that service. We've also gotten many more grants than we've ever gotten before as time has gone by, and a lot of that takes grant administration that includes the engineers having to not only do plans but do reports to the grant entity, and then doing the reviews of the contractor's bills, and then approving reimbursements, and then finally wrapping up the grant either from the state or federal level so that we can close out the grant. So I know we take their time on that as well, and those all have timelines, because the sooner we can get done with the grant, the sooner we can apply for another one. So we don't want to take too much time when it comes to this grant administration. And then last but not least, they've worked very closely with staff on the Great Neighborhoods projects, and that's worked really well on neighborhood type projects, but the city engineers have taken the lead when it comes to doing the in-house design for some of the projects, either William Waters Plaza, some of the park improvements, and I could see them taking a big role with Miller's Bay and some of the other neighborhood associations that we're working on. So that's another area where we've probably put more, demanded more of their time as for those types of projects as well. And Mr. Godey's been the point person on that, but I know they run out of time to get these projects done. And we only have a short construction season when it comes to that type of thing, so we do have to stay on schedule even for great neighborhoods. Otherwise, the neighborhood associations say, geez, it takes forever to get these projects done.
So you're thinking of adding that position, would that be a principal civil engineer or some, I mean, I'm looking at table organization, where would he fit in on the table organization?
At this point, depending on the applicant pool, I would anticipate it would probably be a regular civil engineer position.
So that would, well, you got a principal civil engineer, you got a lead civil engineer, you got the techs. So if I look at your enhancement, it's close to being right below the civil engineer supervisor.
Well, with all the benefits and everything, it
That's
would
with
be,
Benny's.
it would be it would be less than the principal.
So he would be between the principal and the lead civil engineer, is that what you're saying?
The lead technician, yes.
Okay.
And then would that 60,000 come out of community development? Is that?
That would be the capital improvement program. Come on up, Steve. The capital improvement program pays an engineering fee to the general fund for services for the engineering division. So no matter, whether that be, a great neighborhoods capital project that the engineer might be working on, or a paving project, or, anything else, that's the capital improvement program paying for engineering services.
So
And
this,
go ahead.
no, I'm sorry.
The sheet you gave us, you guys got a staffing position in 11, but lost one in 14, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And
was that a budget cut, do you know?
It was attrition.
It was a budget cut. I looked at these numbers, and this was Mr. Podtek, and I just said, Dave, the numbers are down, and I gave you more when the numbers were up, and Dave said, well, I figured you were gonna ask me one day, so that was a reduction to basically acknowledge that those numbers were going down in 13 and 14.
But now they're up again.
But now they're up again, and
Is this a cycle thing? I mean, are we gonna say we add a position 3 years from now, we don't need the position?
I would say yes, but, advisedly, it's gonna depend, but there's a dual reason to do this. Number one is because these numbers are up and the numbers support it. The other part is, we got 2 people with 75 years of combined service. Before those people leave us, we want this civil engineer to learn a lot so that they can succeed. And then, as those principal engineers drop off, then you can make the call about whether or not you continue those positions or not.
Because what does a civil, and I don't want to take a lot of time because I know Alan and you guys got, what's the civil engineer tech do?
The techs are, they do a lot of the CAD drafting and a lot of the project inspection. And the lead tech is, right now, that is a lead survey position.
Okay. So the civil engineer techs are the guys that are out at the street projects? Or they're...
Right now, the techs and specialists are kind of combined into a single classification. For example, one of our technicians in the office's primary responsibility is plan preparation. The engineer's doing the design, and then the tech is, taking over once the nuts and bolts of the design are done, and graphically making it, for lack of a better word, putting the frills on it, making it, kind of pretty so it can be biddable. Versus, just getting the nuts and bolts of the design done and saying, then the engineer turns it over and say, all right, here, dress it up from there.
So then if we add this full-time senior civil engineer.
Well, we'd be proposing probably not a principal, but the next level below the principal.
So that gets added, new one comes in, and then 2 leave. That the hope is that that's the part of the succession planning. But meanwhile, if there is, let's say, less development, so we start to see a decline as opposed to what we've been seeing the last few years, we can adjust or kind of deal with that later to see whether or not we backfill those positions if they retire or leave.
Right, and that's how, when the position got cut last time, as Mark mentioned, the numbers were going down, the position needed to be cut. We had somebody who was leaving, so it was a vacant position that was cut. That would, certainly be, kind of, what we would, hope would, be the scenario if we had to lose a position, is it would be a vacant position that gets lost.
That's the easiest way, not to fill.
It's all about strategically thinking ahead. I mean, the person he lost was Ben Krummenauer, who went to Allen's. Now, Ben wasn't going to...
Ben was a technician that we lost.
But
we lost our field engineer, who was a principal engineer who was managing the construction projects. That was Joe Sargent.
Oh, that's right, yeah, we lost him.
He was managing construction projects and taking some load off our supervisors so they could do some other work. But yes, Ben was another one. We lost an engineer and a technician at about the same time frame.
Well, since Steve and I have been on the council, and Deb too, I mean, the amount of activity has increased, I mean, not doubled, but it's been
The numbers have gone up. I mean,
and personnel has not increased with the amount of projects, correct?
That's why it's interesting.
I'm just not looking higher for
This chart adjusts to 2018 dollars, and in 2008, in 2018 dollars, we were at 11 million. And now we're at 28 million. I mean, that's inflation adjusted, we're 2.5 times the amount of work we were doing in 08.
By doing this in-house, are we reducing contractual services with any engineering firms?
Yes, that was one of the things when the transportation department came to us and asked us to start doing design work on the parking lot reconstructions. That was so they could eliminate contractual services, consultant design. So that's a part of the whole process. I'm not going to say we're going to eliminate it. There's always going to be specialty things that we can't do, and that's the primary purpose for consultants. But with the work we've been doing, that's how we've been able to do it. We took on some work for transportation, so they didn't need to hire a consultant. Recently, Alan came to me and said, "Can you do this survey for me?" And I said, "No, I do not have any bodies to be able to do this survey for you." So then he had to hire a consultant to do a topo survey. So that's some of the things. We're able to reduce our reliance on them at times by having that staff, because we could keep the staff busy. There's enough work between everything that we've been helping other departments with.
So your hope is to bring someone in that's got a little bit of experience already?
A little bit of experience, but not, someone that we can, really groom to, understand how we do things, and learn from, our two principal paving engineers.
So fresh out of Platteville wouldn't be what you'd want, huh?
I would certainly take fresh out of Platteville, but...
He's biased.
I know, that's why I said that.
He would say Madison.
Absolutely.
I got nothing against Michigan Tech either, so...
They've
But
taken
then
them all.
would that, would the hope also be that this person could potentially maybe have some of that specialized niche experience as well, that would reduce some of those special contractual?
Some of it potentially could be, but some of it, for example, structural and things like that, we don't do enough of that to be able to do, some
Right.
of those things. So, there may be some possibilities, but, there are, when it comes down to like structural, electrical, process, those are just things we wouldn't utilize enough of, unfortunately. But there may be some things that we can, depending on the pool we get, that always depends on what we're able to pull in-house versus having to consult out.
I would say over the years, my experience has been that I worked for a city that was all contractual. The entire Public Works Department was contractual. And over time, we recognized that there was a base of service that was always being provided. And it's just more cost-effective to have those as internal people. And I think our base has grown. It may go down, but we can adjust our base. But to that point, and this is where James and Steve have to make the judgment call, but one of the wise moves that they made was, as we were looking at all that Oshkosh Corp stuff, the design and the scope of the work changed multiple times throughout the project. Do you remember the engineering presentation? Scope of work, scope of work. Had we contracted out that work, we would have been paying change order after change order because things were getting changed every time the DNR
or the Army Corps
changed their mind. And rather than getting a change order from a contractor, we got a roll of the eyes from our own in-house staff, but it was like.
It was more of a groan and a roll of the eyes, but yes.
And then they'd get back to work and get it done. So the change orders didn't exist. And they made the absolutely right call. And that's the type of work that they have to take a look at. So if it's either very specialized like structural or so basic that it's like, look, you can go do that outside, because I've got a very exotic project that I know will likely change because the scope of the work changes. And that's where James and Steve have to make that judgment call. And I think that's an example of where they made a great judgment call. The other one, even though it was a little bit of tough for us, South Main, had we done that externally, we would have paid dearly in change orders because the scope of the work changed as we learned more and more about that. And so I appreciate the fact that they make those judgment calls and use their own staff as appropriate. And I think it's really helped us.
Well, one other comment too, and having gone through a few street construction projects in my neck of the woods, watching the amount of time Steve Godey spent with the neighbors on Bone Street from Bay Shore to the river, and then Steve Dittmer with the people on Bay Shore because of the oddness of that street. I mean, the man hours, I observed there were a lot of man hours just keeping neighbors, people informed, up to date, and explaining the process and happy. So I don't know how you factor that in, but
well, you don't learn
monumental. I mean, I learned a lot just standing around with my hands in my pockets, but a lot of man hours to keep people informed and happy and understand the process.
That goes to the other point, because Steve Dittmer didn't learn that in engineering school. He learned that because he's a good, sharp, customer-oriented person, yes. And we want Steve's wisdom to get passed on to these other people.
Nothing but good comments about Steve from neighbors.
Right. Because you want this in 19 and probably sooner than later type situation, do we have a good in-house candidate that might be able to fill that and then fill from the bottom side, which would be a lesser position in a sense, but that way, because you're already starting 19 projects pretty soon, right?
Survey work is done for the 19 projects. Certainly, as the design engineers have office time, they will be working on the designs. The learning process is not just sitting down and helping with the design. I believe that as design engineers, we learn more about the design process by spending that time out in the field and seeing how the design actually functions. Mm-hmm. I look back at my time as a consultant, I learned more about how to do design work by going out and doing construction inspection and saying, well, geez, if I'd have done the design that way, I'd have completely screwed up the construction side of it. So, whether we start somebody while they're working on the design or we start somebody as the field work is starting, I think both are so equally valuable and we get so much from them that I think that's a little bit less important.
Okay.
I was just going to follow up. You mentioned keeping people informed. That's one thing on the economic development side. Right. That frequently we're working with design consultants, their engineers and architects and surveyors, and for one reason or another, their plans change. How does that affect the city's plans and vice versa? I mean, it could be permitting issues. It could be something completely out of everybody's control, but we've got to be able to respond and keep each other informed. And again, we have to be very timely with that information. Otherwise, the design engineer that's working for the developer has to change plans or has to redraw plans or resubmit a permit, and that just would totally blow up a schedule. So staying informed is half the job for a good engineer.
I learned one thing this fall coming home on Bay Shore that one of your people, I think Ken was there there were some vehicles there, and I thought, oh my God, now what's going on? And he was doing a punch list. I've never heard that term before, so.
Okay.
I have a question. This is just kind of a HR question, I guess. Do we really still have positions titled secretary?
I do believe there is one position by that title. It's partially funded by engineering, partially funded by one of the utilities.
And how is that different than the other department's administrative assistants?
We also have an administrative assistant which is funded in administration. It's a level of work that they're completing. In this case, the secretary is doing less technical sides of things. The administrative assistant for Public Works has 20 years of working for engineers. She's the one who pulls all of our plan sets together, does all the, putting the bid documents out on our electronic bidding site, versus the secretary position, which is more the front line, picking up the phones, getting calls directed to people. That's the position that manages or takes all the calls on the snow shoveling, sidewalk shoveling complaints, and works with our contractor on that. So there are two fairly different sets of tasks that the two
So
positions
there is
are
an
doing.
administrative assistant, I don't see it here in the list.
That's an admin.
The administrative
Oh, it's an
assistant
admin,
is in the
okay.
Public Works admin. Yes, the two divisions, administration and engineering, are in one office, so.
I just haven't seen that in many years.
It's the
We have
first,
a
I hadn't seen one
Secretary
in
of
years
State.
until I got here.
We have a Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense.
Come on now.
These are
Interior.
these are more entry-level positions rather than at the federal level.
So said some of those
One last
federal
question.
positions
Those
be
people
entry
should be
level.
doing entry-level jobs, their positions.
One last question on page 106. Just because this number jumped out at me, I think you've got the largest overtime bank that there is. Any particular reason that there's 83,000 in overtime sitting in your budget comparative to other larger departments that have significantly less overtime?
The field staff doing construction, staking and construction inspection are generally working close to the same hours as the contractor. So contractor might be putting in, say, 11-hour days. We're probably putting in 10-hour days. When they're on their wind down and they're greasing their machines and all that stuff, our people aren't there. But generally during construction, our inspectors are probably on 10-hour plus days, so they're 50-plus hour weeks. Our survey and staking staff are on generally 11 or 12-hour days at that point. By the time they go out and do all the staking, come back in, prepare all the cut sheets and get those sent out to the contractors. So generally those field staff on the compensatory time buildup, they are getting paid out a couple times a year because of their accumulations.
Those
But
are the
by adding-
texts.
Yeah, I just worry
But
about.
by adding the civil engineer, would that reduce some of that overtime?
Not necessarily. The techs are the ones who are considered non-exempt from Fair Labor Standards Act. The engineers,
It's gonna be more salary.
The
their
engineers are
salary.
salaried, yes.
The only thing I worry about is burnout, and with that kind of dollar on it, that's a full nother employee in the grand scheme of things.
Right, and, it's.
That's the reason I bring it up.
It unfortunately, it happens in the 6 months of construction season, and the other 6 months, that's, there's less work, they're in the office and they're working normal hours during that time.
But that being said, though, would an added position be beneficial instead of?
Yeah, but it hasn't always been that high every year. I think.
No,
it
that's
depends on
true.
How many projects we
Yeah.
have going on, and right now
Right.
we've had an influx.
We've had a little.
Right.
So, just wondering that, because it jumped out, because
Yeah.
even police and fire, they do have it with their special events, but it's a large number.
James, that's between the 8, the techs and the specialists, right?
The lead techs, the techs, and the specialists.
So it's about 8 people, about 10 grand per.
Sure.
It give you a
Yep.
base. That doesn't change your statement. It's just more giving you, it's not
Right.
like one person getting 40.
Okay.
They're not a Madison bus driver, so.
That's the last question I had on that.
Is there anything else with engineering? I guess what I'd suggest
Thank you,
is,
Alan.
take a break so we can set up John's PowerPoint presentation.
Did you want to hit admin quick for 5
Oh, yeah,
minutes?
I'm sorry. I thought, I had in my head we did. I'm sorry.
So Public Works admin begins on page 99, it looks like. The administration division provides support to all the other divisions within the Department of Public Works, as well as coordinating our interdepartmental functions. Administration is purely a personnel division. It consists of Steve, myself, and Tracy Taylor, our administrative assistant. Okay,
There we go.
thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break. You wanted to dip
I have to
that
do
in
a
few minutes?
quick errand, yeah.
Perfect time, yeah.
I've heard John before.
The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Oshkosh Common Council is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
And we brought John Cameron from Ellers here to make a presentation on our CIP plan as well as really the cash flow, the financial end of things. So, John, you're going to make a presentation from here.
Yep.
Great.
Good afternoon, everyone. John Cameron with Ellers, and this is an annual presentation that we do where we kind of take a long-term view of all three utilities in terms of the planned capital improvement projects and really what it's going to take from a bottom line rate increase standpoint, at least from a projection standpoint, going out several years with future estimated rate increases. So I did provide a hard copy of the presentation. Does anyone need a copy? I think I hit everybody, but okay. So feel free to follow along on screen or handout or both. So in terms of the kind of the objective here, really this hasn't changed over the last 4 or 5 years that we've done this. We are developing a preliminary financing plan to pay for the costs of capital projects included in all three utilities CIP over a 10-year period, so 2019 through 2028. And really, we're being cognizant of three different things as we go through this analysis. We're really evaluating the impacts on of taking on future capital improvement projects on your utility user charges, the revenue bond debt service coverage ratios that exist currently, and how the new debt factors into those, and we'll talk about that as we go through this. And then overall utility reserves. So the utilities, all three utilities really are designed and should be self-supporting enterprise funds of the municipality, meaning that the revenues coming in from user rates should be sufficient to pay for all operating expenses of the utility, as well as capital funding of capital needs of the utilities as well. So from a summary standpoint, What we're looking at for the years 2019 through 2028 is approximately the need for approximately $303 million of long-term financing, and that's really been consistent for the last several years in terms of a 10-year. When you look out over a 10-year period, this is approximately what we're looking at long-term. And it breaks down to about just under 113 million within the sewer utility, about 91.5 within the stormwater utility, and just over 98 billion within the water utility. So as we design a plan around that, what we have to be aware of is that when we are talking about financing this debt, has been the historic practice of the city to use revenue bonds for the bonding of water, sewer, or stormwater projects. And along with that come specific coverage requirements that need to be adhered to when we look at designing user rates. So when we talk about debt coverage within each utility, what we're talking about is that on an annual basis, we need to take in enough revenues to be able to pay our cash operating and maintenance expenses. So revenues less expenses. Then we have a net before we make a debt service payment. That net before we make our debt service payment has to be at least 110% or 1.1 times the principal and interest payment for the year on the sewer, within the sewer utility, 130% or 1.3 times for water, and 120% of the annual principal and interest payment, or 1.2 times for the stormwater principal and interest payments. So each utility has separate covenants that exist, that as we add new debt into the system, we have to be aware that any rate recommendation that we provides for that adequate coverage within each of those three utilities. So to walk through each one, one after another, starting with sewer, in 2018, at the beginning of the year, the sewer utility, there was about a 7.42% rate increase for the average single-family customer that was adopted, that went into effect at the beginning of the year. For 2019, we're projecting the need for an 8.5% increase. For those who were here last year for the presentation, this is consistent with the rate recommendation that we showed for 2019. There is no change to the recommendation going into 2019. There is, however, a slight decrease in the rate increases for future years, and that's really as we go throughout time and we have the rate increases that have taken effect previously, and the overall capital needs actually have gone down slightly from where they were last year at this time. We were able to take the rate increases down a bit in the out years. In terms of, just to kind of walk through the makeup of this, at the top of the slide, and I think this is laser pointer. It doesn't work on the, okay. At the very top, you have your revenues, which is revenues from user rates projected out over time. The annual percentage rate increase that is shown in the first percentage increase line. So we're showing the need for an 8% increase in 2020 and 8% in 21, and then we start to tailor it down to 5.75% in 2022. We have other revenues coming into the system in 2019 and beyond, which is primarily delinquent fees and other miscellaneous revenues coming into the system. We have total revenues, and then we have our operating and maintenance expenses projected below the budget for 2019, and then projections in 2020 through, I'll show you the next slide, out through the next 5 years on the next page. We've historically, for projections and out years, taken the operating and maintenance expenses up by 3% a year for projection purposes. We then show your existing principal and interest payments. We have it broken out into general obligation and revenue bond debt existing, and then start layering in the new debt, which from a CIP standpoint, if you're issuing debt in 2019, we'd start a payment really in 2020 from a principal and interest standpoint.
So, John, at this point, you probably can't give us an estimate, but rates, I mean, percentage of borrowed money, 6.9%, 3%, 4%?
In terms of interest, where
Yeah,
interest
what
rates
we'd be
right
paying in
now,
interest?
Probably just under 5, when you look at the true interest cost over the life of the debt.
Okay.
In terms of where interest rates are. So that is one factor that as we know, interest rates are starting to rise. So from an overall cash flow standpoint, if we compare where we were last year to where we are this year, what we see in the analysis is a little bit less capital, but we've got increasing interest rates for the money that we are borrowing. So, something to consider as we look out into the future. And I think really, when we go beyond 5 years, we're really kind of doing more forecasting at a 30,000 foot level. But something to consider here, as we look down below the debt service payments, we have cash funded capital improvement expenses. And what we're forecasting is using about $1.5 million of cash on hand to offset the borrowings in out years. And that's something I think as we get into those out years to further consider, what level of cash do we use, keeping reserves at appropriate levels. Again, from a rating standpoint, the more because they are self-supporting utilities, we want to make sure that we have reserves at safe levels to handle something catastrophic if it were to occur, to put you in a good position from a rating standpoint. But we also, if we are seeing increasing interest rates in future years, I would say, where we have cash that we can apply, we certainly want to do that, because by meeting coverage, by definition of meeting your debt service coverage, you're generating positive cash flow on an annual basis. And that positive cash flow starts to accumulate to a point where you can really start to offset your borrowings in future years. So I think that's something to kind of keep an eye on, really with all three utilities. So then finally, along with that, is just showing what those projected coverage ratios are going out. So the sewer utility has a 110 coverage ratio. So if you look at the very far column on the right-hand side, that shows you the projected coverage ratio in future years. So again, what that's taking is your total revenues in less your cash expenses. So it doesn't include depreciation expense. It's your true cash expenses. So revenues minus expenses leaves you an amount available for debt service. You have your existing and projected future revenue bond principal and interest payments on new debt that you'll be taking out over time, and then where those projected debt service ratios will be. So really, as we design rates, really what we're looking at here is a couple of things in terms of those projected rate increases. One of the main factors, again, is coverage on existing revenue bonds. So any questions on sewer before we move on to the next utility?
I wonder if we want to talk a little bit about just the connection of the rates and the necessity to raise the rates to ensure the debt service coverage, John?
Right. So as we do this on an annual basis, we do have to be aware that as we make rate recommendations, here in the fall, you're getting ready to do a borrowing in spring. So we have to make sure that we're able to demonstrate coverage on those revenue bonds at the time the debt is being taken on, even though in some cases you might not start making that principal and interest payment until the following year. At the time the debt is being taken on, because they are revenue bond debts, you have to be able to show potential investors who might be buying that debt that you have sufficient revenues to make the debt service payment. So somewhat similar to taking out a mortgage or a car, a loan for a car type thing. You have to be able to demonstrate at the time that the loan is taken out, or in this case, the time that the bonds are issued, that you have revenues that really will be sufficient to be able to make those principal and interest payments.
But there's still, any rate increase has to go in front of the Public Service Commission for approval, right?
Or the water utility, yep.
Or just the water utility?
Just the water
Not for
utility,
this?
not for the sewer.
Correct. Yep.
And John, we are retiring debt also. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that
Right.
we're talking about debt service, we are retiring debt.
Right.
I wish we were retiring more, but we're retiring debt.
You are.
And
right.
this really is how we are able to maintain the infrastructure in the streets and the mechanics and the plant operations and the treatment processes and things like that. This is through borrowing and maintain or to replace or to repair or to upgrade the infrastructure we have for each of these.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
John, with respect to the sewer, you've got the cash flow, which is positive, and the coverage, which exceeds the 1.1. So how much would we need to raise it? It probably looks like it's more of a cash flow issue than it is a debt coverage, because debt coverage, we got pretty well covered.
We do. However, what I would say with that is the better your debt coverage ratio, the better you fare from a rating standpoint. Taking it down, we're showing coverage around 1.25 times-ish on average. We're a little bit higher now, but that's, as you start taking on some larger projects over the next couple of years, that starts to go down pretty quickly. What I would say is we should be careful to kind of hedge against any potential spikes in operating expenses that might weaken our coverage position going forward. So I'd say we're designing 1.1 as our minimum. From a presentation standpoint, I'm trying to keep us a little bit higher than that.
But after 5 years, we're down.
We are.
A much more
We
manageable.
are.
Okay. And then, Steve had mentioned something about, the purpose of the debt. Is our overall debt increasing or decreasing on an annual basis? Are we retiring more, or are we taking on more?
You're taking on more. You can see, if you look at that chart, just your revenue bond principal and interest payments. It doesn't show the total amount of debt that you're taking on, but you can see just from a payment standpoint, the principal and interest payments stay pretty stable on your existing revenue bonds, at least out through 28, and we're really, adding in the new debt.
Okay.
It would, would it be great if we could layer it in? Sure, but we don't have that ability based on the timing of projects.
All right, thanks.
I think the only other thing, and James, you might want to fill in on this, the one item that's not a part of this is the up and coming permit renewal and any implications or impact of that on the capital.
Yeah, what you're alluding to is, we've talked about, the phosphorus reduction requirements for the wastewater treatment plant coming down from DNR. At this point, the TMDL, the total maximum daily load plan, has not been approved yet. We do have preliminary numbers of what our load allocation will be for phosphorus, and we are taking a close look at that, and with some of the enhancements that have been made at the plant, we're taking a real close look at what that impact is going to be. We just had a meeting this morning with council, and I think we'll be continuing to get you as council updates on where those conversations are headed and where we're going.
You just had a meeting this morning with whom?
With our legal counsel.
That's
Sorry.
right. I'm like,
I'm sorry, yes, I should have cleared, yes, different spelling sounds the same, yes, with legal counsel, both internal and external, so, we are keeping a very close eye on where that process is going. As far as the actual wastewater treatment plant permit itself, there are some concerns with the draft that we've received from the DNR, and we're going to take all appropriate actions that we need to. The last time the DNR issued us a draft permit, we did file a legal challenge, which after about 4 years resulted in a settlement just in time for the next permit process to start all over again. So because those are 5-year permits, so we're continuing to stay on top of that, and certainly we're going to be having more updates coming to you in memo format. I think City Attorney Lawrenson just sent you a memo about 2 or 3 weeks ago on that process. So we're going to keep working together to keep you updated on that process as it goes forward.
Are we still working with the cities of Fond du Lac, Needham, Menasha, Appleton, others that are part of the whole Winnebago system?
As far as this current TMDL goes, Needham, Menasha, Appleton are in the lower Fox, so they were in a previous report. Really only the cities of Oshkosh and Fond du Lac are the large communities in the upper Fox and Wolf report. Certainly, we all share information and collaborate in getting information out as best we can. Throughout the entire TMDL process, we have worked very closely with the City of Fond du Lac. Our 2 technical teams have worked closely to review information from the DNR, and our 2 legal teams have worked closely together as well.
would that wetland bank with Nina credit thing that we were talking about that got pushed off, would that
Different
have any effect?
different implications. We're evaluating some new information. There may be some potentials there from a phosphorus standpoint. We're working through that, and that was a big part of what our discussion was today is, if there is a benefit there from, not only the wetland side, but also the phosphorus side. So those are some technical things that we're working through.
Sort of filling in Miller's Bay with deep-rooted shoreland plants. I guess we have any other Hail Mary stuff on that, huh?
It certainly is difficult. I know there is a regional group that has just recently reached out to me, and I've gotten onto their email distribution list about, lake levels and the management of the lake levels, and how that may or may not impact aquatic vegetation, which would use and tie up phosphorus. So there's a lot of different avenues being explored regionally to see what can be done to try and help improve Lake Winnebago.
Yeah, I want to see a couple of years ago at the conference, League of Wisconsin Municipality Conference, Oconomowoc had presented a pretty significant phosphorus reduction. Are we talking with Oconomowoc?
I think they were doing training or adaptive management, as I recall.
Yes, I've seen a number of presentations on Oconomowoc. We do secondary treatment right now. What they don't usually say in the presentation is that Oconomowoc already does tertiary treatment, so they have an additional treatment step that we don't have. So that gives them a big advantage from the beginning, and they have kind of a unique watershed that they're able to adapt to this, which is part of the challenge is that usually in those adaptive management situations, each watershed is unique, and so that it's not necessarily something that can be applied statewide or to other facilities. I mean, there's good information to be learned from that, but usually there's things are so very different in each watershed, and the things you have to try and do that are available to you, it makes it challenging to try and take one watershed example that's successful and then just blueprint it onto another one.
We're also learning from some of the things that are going on up in Green Bay with, New Water, which is, formerly Green Bay Metropolitan Sewage District. They've got some interesting things going on up there too with, adaptive management, pollutant trading, all the various other options. So, we're learning from what they're learning as well, and, seeing how that can impact us. So, at this point, we are looking at, every single option we've got available to us, and we've asked our technical teams to go back and update some of their estimates on what the cost might be so that we can, start narrowing down on what a potential solution.
Yeah, I'm sure you've gone through all this, but, this whole watershed here, we're the largest supplier of water to Lake Michigan. Doesn't that give us some points? I mean, there's millions of gallons of water going to Green Bay and then Lake Michigan.
Yeah, only so far as, the potential for using, perhaps Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, GLRI, grant funding. I know one of the programs and one of the organizations that's helping New Water is using GLRI funding as a part of that process. So, those are certainly avenues that we, continue to explore. Generally, those watershed programs, those fit more in the stormwater side of things than they do on the wastewater side of things. But stormwater is also faced with, a phosphorus reduction requirement coming up from this impending TMDL as well. So, we are monitoring that from both aspects of it.
You're working with Freshwater Sciences out of Milwaukee at all that, they've only, I think, been in existence for 5-10 years, but are we utilizing that university resource at all, the Freshwater Sciences?
I'm not familiar
program?
with that name. Certainly some of our technical teams maybe. What was that again, Lori?
It's called Freshwater Sciences out of, it's a kind of a spin-off from UW Milwaukee Research.
Okay.
John, you wanted to continue with water?
Yep. So on the water side, we recently just completed a rate case with the Public Service Commission. It had rates put into effect the first of this month for about a 6.64% increase. For 2019, we are projecting no rate increase in 19, and then potentially the need for about an 11% increase in 2020, really as you undertake the Clearwell project and look to obtain Safe Drinking Water Fund loan funding through the state for that project, anticipating that's really when your next rate case will take effect. So with water, like it was said earlier, that's the only utility where we have to seek PSC approval for new user rates. That is not a short process to go through. I think on average we've been moving through these cases here with the city for it takes about 9 months to get all the way through with the review process that the PSC has us go through to ensure that the rates we're putting into effect are fair and equitable. So knowing that, we're really staggering, and this is consistent with what we have been showing for the last several years. But what I will say is these rate increases in 20, in 22, and then going forward out through 28 are a little bit lower than what we showed last year. So kind of a rate case every other year within the PSC as we're able to get. The thing with the PSC is they have a benchmark rate of return on assets that are in the ground that are paid for by the utility that they really, from an earnings standpoint, try to adhere utilities to. And if you're coming in for rate increases and you're exceeding that benchmark rate of return, you're really limited in what you can get from a new increase standpoint. So that's something that we have to be aware of as we do these projections, that we're not projecting something that we can't ultimately hit.
Now, what would happen if, let's just say, 2020 and we're asking for an 11% increase and they said no? What would we be able to do then?
It's certainly a possibility. I mean, the thing with the water utility that they do have to take into consideration, and they have, is the existing debt covenants that we have at a 1.3 times coverage. So that has been helpful in terms of ensuring that we can get the user rate increases that we need.
The commission can't bankrupt a utility, can they?
No, they really can't. But really, as you're seeing, what they're using right now is, from what I'm seeing, and the engineering community can probably speak much more to this than I can, is they're using the construction approval process as kind of their heavy hand to be able to really make sure that a project is justified before they give it the green light. Once they do that, you can't approve a project for a utility without then allowing you to be able to fund that project. So, they're going to ensure from a consumer standpoint that you're not earning, excess more than you need. But if they're going to approve, say that, as you go through this with your Clearwell project, when they approve that project, and they're also approving kind of the method for how this is going to be funded. So that's, in my experience, that's kind of been their heavy hand over the last several years, not just here, statewide, in terms of looking at projects. So engineers, I know, have way more fun with that than I do.
We've certainly, seen a shift in how they analyze projects. They analyze them, I think, a lot more in depth to death, however you want to put it, than they used to.
Right.
And that significantly adds to the amount of time, that it takes to work through the construction approval process.
Are they considered a consumer watchdog in a way?
They have kind of a dual purpose role. One of their roles is to look out for the rights of the consumer. Yep. Okay. And that's why if a consumer were to challenge, rates as being, not fair or equitable, they're the ones who will hear that process out for utilities.
Okay.
So, yep, that's a big part of their mission. From a coverage standpoint, then, with a 1.3 times ratio, we definitely needed the rate increase that we were granted here in 2018. Going into 2019, we come back up, and then we start to come back down over time. So it's something we continue to need to be able to watch and manage, and with this utility as well, look at again the amount of cash that we're putting towards projects to offset borrowings where we can.
John, given the delay that you cited with PSC, when should we be submitting an application to the PSC?
It's a good question, Mark. I think we've talked about that really. As you move through the approval for the Clearwell project, that is really going to be I would say the trigger point to getting moving on a rate case. I think this past case, we would have liked to have picked that up. So with the PSC, they live in what's called a test year process. So when you do,
is what I was thinking. But
when you do user rates, you're doing it for a test year. So you can't say, hey, we've got a big project and we want to step these increases up over time. So we'll add to our rate base over time. They don't, unfortunately, live that way. They make you book the asset into service, then take the increase that goes along with that. So, really, as you get that approval, that's really, I'd say, the trigger point to getting moving on the case.
And I think that's strategically what. Thank you. That's the answer I was looking for.
Yep.
And may I suggest, in talking with the utilities, 9 months to a year is not unreasonable to get a rate case done these days.
Well, that's how long it took this one. This one was approved by the council in at this time 2017.
Yeah, I think something like that.
It took us almost a whole year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks, John.
Yep. Finally, then, on the stormwater side, stormwater has been doing annual user rate increases over time. What we're showing in 2018, there was a 7.5% increase. In 2019, we're projecting the need for a 7% rate increase, which is consistent with what we showed last year for 2019 and beyond. So really status quo in terms of what we're projecting. for future rate increases to be able to handle future capital. If you look down towards the bottom of the page, you can see your existing and proposed debt service payments continuing to grow over time, but we are continuing to use cash on hand and using heavier dollar amounts really in out years as we accumulate cash to be able to offset borrowings and help keep these rate increases down, which really going into these out years, I think the hope would be that we can get down to more inflationary type rate increases over time.
I think that's one of the things too, that for like Steve and I and Tom, who have been around for a while, and and we've gone through significant increases and things like that, and some of our taxpayers may not or know or remember that there were decades in which there was nothing. There were no increases, little to none, which at the time, for the taxpayer then was pretty good. But unfortunately, it didn't prepare the city or future councils or staff to prepare for future needs, infrastructure, and things like that. So unfortunately, some of those years or decades have now caught up with us now in this generation and the city moving forward. And to your point, at some point it will level out again, but not anytime soon.
Yeah, I think what I like about doing this now for the last several years is what I'm seeing here is consistency in terms of the projections we made last year, still holding true for this year. From a projection of revenue standpoint, we're coming in a little bit higher in terms of actual revenue over what we've been projecting, which we're trying to be conservative. So we are seeing good progress in terms of each of the three utilities. We've got a plan. You're staying with the plan. All of that is very positive, and I think in the out years in particular, you have added flexibility in terms of how you fund capital. So not to say that we have to stay exactly with this, beyond really year 5, I would say. You've got good flexibility in the future. So all of these are very positive messages, going into the future. So it's good. From a coverage ratio standpoint, we've got a 1.2 ratio. We're above it and continue to stay above it. In these out years, we're getting a little bit thin in coverage, so it's something to continue to monitor. But certainly what it's telling us is the projections that we're making are producing coverage ratios that are sufficient. So what does this all mean in terms of the bottom line increase? I would look at your paper copy instead of on screen. If you can read on screen, you've got probably better than 20/20 vision.
I can read it. Without my glasses on, without my glasses, I can't see anything.
So for 2018, it shows you what was put into effect for each of the utilities, and then really going out to 2019. So this is for a quarterly bill for the average single-family residence, going out over time. So about the 8.5% increase on the sewer side really means, from a dollars and cents standpoint, is about an $8.24 increase to the quarterly bill. On the stormwater side, that 7% increase is a $3 increase for the quarter for 2019.
Look, kind of add what Deb just said. It's also very hard to explain why. The why is the tough part.
Well, I think the why, is, to Deb's point, is back then they didn't want to increase the debt. They didn't want to increase the rates, and we have a very aging system.
Yes,
but
we do,
we are
yeah.
continuing to improve that, and I would almost think pretty soon we got to be just about, at least for stormwater, have got enough of our ponds and our dry areas and whatever else we're building. Should be just about done, won't we? I mean, some of obviously the streets, when we redo streets, those things have to go. But I mean, when you look at how big of like, just take the one we're working on now by Mike's place in North Main, that's huge, and the one that was out farther. I mean, how many more of those can we have in the city? And we're doing one on Parkway next year, a smaller one.
Small one, yes.
When I got here, Public Works presented me with a 35-year stormwater management plan. I believe James was the stormwater engineer who presented it to me. So, I mean, we're 10 years into that 35-year plan. I think it gets a little more modest as time goes on, but there's still, so will get us more than halfway through our very, very long-range plan that we had developed.
Keep in mind two things. One is, earlier there was discussion about the green infrastructure audit that one of the planners is working on, right? The other thing, I hope that we will keep this discussion in mind as we are talking about the percentage of impervious surface that we are deviating from or considering when we're approving developments. I think we can all agree that the more or the less impervious surface, the less of this kind of gray infrastructure or blue infrastructure that we have to deal with.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna say we're done. Inevitably, something is going to happen, but, we continue to make improvements and we continue to look at, alternatives. You bring up the green infrastructure. If you remember some of our projects here recently, with the senior center parking lot, we started looking at some alternative practices. That's worked into some of the private development that's taking place. We've got a project ongoing right now that we're partnering with Winnebago County, UW Extension, and our stormwater utility, constructing a bit of a demonstration and test project up at the Coughlin Center. Again, utilizing some of those alternative green practices, some pervious paving and some other things. So, we continue to look at and evaluate all of those alternative options as well. Certainly, Steve, to your point, there's not space to keep building things of that size. We have to look at other options as well, but also from the same standpoint as we, look at the water quality regulations that we're faced with. Those facilities also help provide us that water quality benefit in meeting those regulations. So it's a bit of kind of a balancing act that we're trying to walk there in doing flood reduction and water quality improvements and alternative practices that can maybe do some things more effectively on a smaller scale.
Well, and exponentially, not even, considering, again, just reiterating that, when we came up with suggested ratios of the pervious versus impervious on these developments, when we manage by exception on those, we're not achieving the targets, which was the very reason why we set those up to begin with. And exponentially, as we gobble up the vacant lands and we pave it, we're kind of fighting an uphill battle.
So, your best expert opinion, our utilities are, if we continue following the plan, our utilities are solvent and will continue, and compared to other communities, we're pretty much in the same pathway in most cases?
Well, I would like to say other utilities plan as well, but it's unfortunately,
They don't.
a lot of times when we get brought in for a rate case, it's because we're kind of behind the eight ball for whatever reason. But no, I think you've got a plan. You're following it in terms of the why. Back on the water side with the being regulated, we're limited in terms of what we can do, and we are maximizing the rate of return that the water utility earns. So we're putting you in the best possible position that you can be from a regulatory environment.
Thanks, John. I think we have a little bit to talk about with respect to the water utility, the operating budget, and
Just one last
what
question.
this drives that portion of
You
it.
got the percentage change over prior year. To the consumer that might be watching this, Does he add up that change over a prior year and say that's what by 2028 he's paying how much more in his total utility bill?
50% more after 10 years. Goes from 250 to 400.
That's the number you want to follow.
Right. That's where, that's kind of. The cumulative, so the, right.
Goes out to almost 50% increase over 10 years.
60%, if you, from 250 to 400 is 60%.
Yep.
Okay.
You're correct.
Which that's the scary number. That's the number that she's referencing when we get the call or we get the email that that's the number that that drives that complaint right there. But it's telling the story of, well, here's why and here's what, and would you like a different water source?
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of gets to, we have these discussions all the time in utility groups, and our professional associations are trying to suggest that we do more with the value of water, to get people to understand the value of water. And one of the tools that was brought out is, would you be willing to pay a penny a gallon for the water you get in your home? Because you're not paying even a penny a gallon for it right now. So we ran a few quick calculation stuff. If you take, and I think the same number is being used in here, about 12,000 gallons a quarter. If you take all of the charges for water and all of the charges for wastewater, it's 1.8 cents per gallon is what people are paying. So when you get into all this stuff, it's high level, a lot of big numbers and things like that. And I look for ways to distill it down, and that's one that's been suggested that I just wanted to mention is right now.
Comparatively, a gallon of milk, a gallon of gasoline, a
that
gallon of water.
our charges are about
Pint of water.
1.8 cent per gallon for
I'll take
all the water and wastewater.
1.8
utilities.
cents.
Yeah. Well, I mean, having clean, safe, reliable source of drinking water
that's
is vital.
That's the thing that a municipality has to provide their citizens with.
That's the other interesting they do is, we're talking about, is a day without water. So just think, if in the morning your tap didn't work, your toilet didn't flush, what would your life be for that 24 hours you did not have those resources?
Are you kidding? We remodeled our bathroom and went from 2 to 1, and that was hard enough. Let alone none.
So, professional associations are suggesting some of these things, and I just wanted to bring them up as things that we're trying to, think about using in the future to help get people a better understanding.
Well, I think
You hear in different parts of the country, like in California, they ban watering. How effective is that?
It can be pretty effective if you're in an emergency situation.
Emergency, but not as a
water
Well, there's a bunch of different ways to do it. It can help you, but they also have to work on the other side of the equation and figure out where their resources are gonna come from in the future and what their actual supply is going to be, so. But again, the drought
even in the 80s.
situation's driving a lot of that.
Even in the 80s in California, when I lived there, you were limited to not just watering, but when you could wash your car and any number of other, high consumable water days.
Thank you, John.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. John, thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
We've typically used this as our main budget presentation. We have some exciting news, not only for the council, but for the public that is participating in this meeting, which is really phase 3 of the ERP implementation. We are set to go live March of 2019, and with that go live, we will be bringing forward monthly billing for all of our utility customers. That is something that we are routinely asked by over the phone and at the counter and by the council as well. And so that's the one thing that I did want to talk about at this budget meeting, because there are some cost implications to doing that, but the benefits of doing that are much more greater than the disadvantage. And so what what I want to kind of go over are what we're talking about. What does monthly billing mean? So one of the biggest advantages will be problems such as leaks, meter malfunctions, and tampering are going to be recognized in a more timely manner. There are some customers out there that have had a water leak and it's leaked for 3 months until it's hit their cycle. We will now be reading meters at least monthly and looking at those readings monthly and be able to troubleshoot and problem solve those with our ratepayers much more faster and efficiently in this system. The cash flow of the utility will be improved, as well as customer communication. We are going to be much more effective and efficient. It's much more easier to understand why you have a high bill from August in September than looking at it in November and saying, why is my bill high? And so that's just going to increase our overall communication and customer satisfaction. With bringing in monthly bill, we're also bringing in some other incredible enhancements. Customers are now going to be able to receive electronic bills. So if you do not want to get one in the mail, you can now provide an email address and one can be emailed to you. In addition to the email, you'll also now have a customer service portal. You'll be able to bring up your account once you sign up for the service, and you'll be able to see your previous usage and how it compares and your payments. You'll now have immediate access to your account information and be able to see the history of it. That's going to be huge for our utility customers compared to the current service that we're providing. So all really good things. We're real excited about this change as it's even bigger than what we did in phase 2, and it's something that has been requested by our customer base and by the Common Council. I think it's going to make us a much stronger utility for it. There is one disadvantage, and the recovery or the cost recovery on that will take a time frame of more than a year, because we're going to have more paper until people get on our electronic billing, and we're going to have more postage. But I feel that, and it's been shown, and the Public Service Commission is in agreement, the benefits of going to monthly billing far outweigh that. This will also be a really good opportunity for customers that aren't using our ACH bill payment method right now to be more willing to go on that, because they'll just be getting deducted 1 month versus 3 months. So a lot of advantages. Again, March of 2019, we will be having a media campaign that hopefully we can promote through the council meetings and through the city manager show, Facebook, because the more customers that we get engaged in utilizing this, it will only benefit our ratepayers as well as the utility as a whole.
I would imagine you'll put something in the water bills as we lead up to it.
Yep, we are thinking of using a bill stuffer. We're going to start sending that out, I believe, in November.
And I would imagine, too, that there will be some potential savings on delinquent accounts and collections by going to a more budget-friendly, at least that's what we had asked, when we were talking about this, by making it more budget-friendly. People are less likely to get behind because it's such a
With
sometimes
it now,
overwhelming.
budget billing, people can, kind of like, you can do it with your utilities?
No, we don't have budget billing.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a possibility down the road, but
I don't know if the PSC allows it. It'd be a PSC. If for a budget billing thing, that'd be a PSC question.
Hey, we just got to monthly billing.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm just saying.
Let's
Just
stay
saying,
on
let-
the excitement there.
I just know that you can do that with, like, your public service, so like, your fuel bills in the winter are higher than in the summer.
I think the rental community will like it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Both
you know.
both landlord
Yes.
and tenant.
Yes.
I mean, the number of landlords that have talked about, if we'd only known, this will make them find out about them 2 months earlier than they they're currently doing. So
Yeah, they got a toilet leaking, does the renter really care if the toilet's leaking? If he doesn't have to pay the water bill?
Right.
You know,
Well, and just the bill
Exactly.
being based on actual volume instead of estimates,
you got one leaking?
you know, can
Maybe from
also
experience.
reassure.
Just saying, right?
Will still be the fee for
May
delinquent payment.
or may not know.
But Trina's a little biased. She's really excited about
For a
this, because
friend.
this is a big, this is a big project associated with
Yes.
Munis. I know for years we'd been talking about this, but this Munis really gave us the capability to do it. It wasn't that we weren't interested in doing it, but now we have the capability, and when she came in and said, we can do this, are you sure? Yes. I mean, Munis is very, it's routine under that new system. So we're real excited about that, but there's other things that,
I actually worked in communities with monthly billing, and when you look at the billing cycles, 30 days, then 30 days past due, 30 days final, so you've got just everybody's on top of it. You have the information, everybody's getting it in a real timely fashion, and it should really help, I think, in a lot of different things. So I'm really pleased to see, because as you say, Mark, we've been talking about this for a long, long time. I think it will definitely help our customer base.
but there's more with the water utility than just monthly billing. Now that Marion Road's up, that'll actually finally be reflected in our bills, because we had borrowed long before Marion Road got finished. But we're being careful this time with the delay in the Clearwell project because of PSC and DNR both kind of going back and forth over what we need.
It's the construction authorization things we're working on.
So we're working on it, so we haven't borrowed for it yet, because to do so would be basically paying on an asset that we don't even own yet. So that would be like
And going
taking
forward,
out a car loan and waiting a whole year before you get the car.
and going forward with the safe drinking water loan is, that's another reason you do that on a project of that scale versus, a revenue bond, because with the safe drinking water loan program, once you get into construction, you file reimbursements with the program, and you pay interest-only payments until such time as the project is substantially complete. Then you start making P&I repayments. So that's another big reason why on a project of that magnitude and that time frame, we're talking a 2.5, probably year construction project. The safe drinking water loan program is much more effective, in reducing the impact until such time as it's done, versus a revenue bond where you start paying, the whole thing right up front. And, as Mark said, it's 2 years before you're actually fully using it, and you've been making those payments.
Just a real quick follow-up then on those estimated impacts on utility rates. That's not just residential, that's commercial, multifamily, industrial, everyone, right?
Which page are you looking at, the second to last one?
Yes.
I believe this example is calculated for the typical residential property owner.
12,000 gallons per quarter.
What's that?
12,000 gallons per quarter.
I think that's a typical
John had said.
residential, yeah.
Yep, so it would be more in relation to a residential customer.
As long as we're on that, you talked to Marion Roll Water Tower, the new water tower's in service, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Are we anticipating another one in the near future having to be replaced?
One thing I saw on your CIP was
Painting.
painting.
Yeah, just painting, yeah.
Yeah, they need to be taken down periodically. I believe 9th and Washburn is scheduled for an interior and exterior paint job in the next couple
10
of
to
years.
15 years is typical, and we're pushing 20.
With the growth of the city, we had that one out off of 26. You don't anticipate we would have to add a tower somewhere, do you?
His consumption hasn't been an issue. Consumption has actually gone down overall. So it's about making our distribution
All
system
right, so
reliable and safe.
on the next turn, Southwest Industrial Park with the, we've been talking about expansion because of the railroad loadings. If we added a whole bunch of commercial property, would we have an issue?
We've got a tower in the southwest, so, and when you're thinking of towers, think of fire protection.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but we have a southwest tower out there, we're a pressure zone, we have almost, that's really challenging for us because the lack of usage creates water age issues out there. So I think we'd have to do an awful lot out and increase our demand an awful lot in order for us to have to do something out there.
The Southwest Industrial Park is in that high-pressure zone, which.
Okay. And that being said, same thing with Oregon Street, though. You said we are doing the utility because we don't have enough pressure out to this, or service?
We're doing the sewer, the deep sewer interceptors to provide service to the south side of the city, and eliminate pump station and reduce some flows. The work that's being done, for example, the pressure regulating valve station that was recently approved and is going in at Knapp Street and Ripple. Ultimately, as aviation business park starts to take off, there'll be a second one creating kind of a medium pressure zone. That's to be able to provide, adequate pressures in the area, not only for general usage, but also for fire flows. Because, the pressures in that area are relatively low right now. I know about 4 or 5 years ago, one of the companies had to put in a fire pump system in order to be able to actually provide enough water into their sprinkler system, should it need to activate. So, that's trying to, establish a bit more of a kind of a third pressure zone in that area, to try and alleviate some of those issues. So
Okay.
there's a lot going on, but the Oregon Deep Sanitary is for extending service all the way to the south and then ultimately headed west towards the interstate as well.
But all that work we did out on Ripple Road for the Aviation Business Park really got us awakened to, we can take advantage of that high-pressure zone on the west side of 41, and now that's where the water's coming in over there now, and that's improving the reliability and pressure of water out there.
And it's also improving our water age concerns in the high pressure zone by bleeding a little bit back into the aviation area.
Okay.
That's the maintenance side of things that we don't necessarily think about as much, but very much so.
Okay.
I mean, that summarizes general what's going on with water. I'm not sure, Steve or James, if there's anything else on the water side you wanted to talk about, because the projects drive the utilities. And Clearwell is obviously the big one. And with sewer, Oregon Street is the big one for the next, now 4 years.
I think the only other thing from the water side is, we'll get into it a little bit more as we, kind of wrap up, but the private side lead service replacement, we've got the fund budget to talk about for that one, but I think, that's the only other real thing going on that's a little bit different, and, we're continuing to proceed with that program and, using the Safe Drinking Water Loan principal forgiveness money to help property owners get their private side lead services replaced.
How many took it, I'm gonna ask just bluntly on that one, how many took advantage of that, or how much dollars of that was budgeted was actually used?
To date, for 17 and 18, we have paid out a little over $200,000 to property owners, and we have, in 2017, there were 55 private side lead services replaced. So far in 2018, there have been 81 private side lead services replaced. That's in addition to about 350 to 400 public side replacements that we've completed as well. There were several projects as we got into them where we realized there was lead on the public side but not on the private side. So, we're getting, our work done as well. But that's not funded by that Safe Drinking Water. That's on the utility.
Going forward, I guess, how do we help the homeowner? How do we make sure, how do we know our inventory of lead service lines, or we really don't know a great accuracy where our lead service lines are?
The private side ones, we do not. We really don't know. The public side ones, we've got, a little bit better information about, but, even still, there are some gaps in that information as well.
But we've generally said, if you're south of Murdoch, north of 20th, and east of Sawyer, chances are you've got a lead service if you haven't replaced it yourself, to your knowledge. If you haven't changed it within your ownership life, chances are it's still probably a lead. And that, as a matter of safety, that's what we advise people, that you need to check it out.
And we are, with our meter testing program and stuff, we're trying to capture a little more of that information. With our service techs that are going doing meter work, just trying to gather a little more information on what they see where they're doing those to try and help get a better idea of what's on the private side. And we're always willing to go out on a service call for a customer that wants help evaluating what they have coming up through the floor at their meter setting to try and help them better understand what we think is there.
That's on page 313 through 315, but we got $250,000 that we're planning to spend next year on this program because we're
The
committed
best
to it.
estimate right now.
Yeah.
You know, as I mentioned, the last 2 years combined, we've spent a total of about $200,000 on reimbursements, and, our principal forgiveness loans for the 2 years total $800,000. So, we've still got about $600,000 of that money available to be spent on the program.
How far out does a citizen have to apply for the $1,500?
What do you mean?
For the replacement program, a citizen wants, say, he's not in a street project, he's just knows he's got lead pipes and he wants to replace them. How far out does he have to notify the city that?
Well, he's got to, in that case, if they're not on any of the projects, they got to submit a request form to our environmental compliance manager who's managing the program. Once he gets that approval, which usually does not take long, maybe a couple of weeks if, depending on workload and vacation. Once he gets that approval, they can go out and get the work done, utilizing one of the, pre-approved contractors. The list is available on the website. Then once the work is complete and, we get all the paperwork back from the contractor and the property owner indicating that all the work has been paid in full, then we process the reimbursements through our office, and that usually takes a couple of weeks to get all the way through the process. Because we have to check with building inspection services to make sure, okay, was an inspection complete? Sometimes even though the water was complete, they did not get the electrical grounding upgraded, so then they have to go back and work through that. So we do not actually process the reimbursement until inspection services comes back to us and says, yes, we have inspected everything and they are in compliance.
So the residential owner pays everything up front and then gets reimbursed down the line?
Yes.
Okay.
And the $1,500 limit, refresh my memory, is that our set number, or is that a number set by the grant itself that we get?
That was a number that was set by us. The grant did not have any requirements whatsoever. As we looked at the number that we had, and we had some conversations with plumbers as far as the estimate. A lot of them were saying, around 3,000, 3,500. So, we said, well, if we go 50%, 1,500. Our current policy does grant for some additional reimbursements for property owners that are LMI qualified. So while we're still under this grant program, that maintains a possibility. Recently, the Public Service Commission has, passed some rules, if you will, on, utilities being able to continue to provide a level of support to private property owners, but it has to be consistent. So my understanding of that, or my interpretation of that, would be our additional reimbursement for LMI qualified residents would probably go away once we're off of the Safe Drinking Water Loan Program and onto a different program. So, those are some things as we continue to work through all of this money, we're going to need to look at, some policy enhancements long-term if we're going to continue this using some of the new rules that PSC has put forward.
Is there a term on that grant program, James, and which funding SVU does?
Yeah, it's 3 or 4 years
I want to
usually.
say it's usually 3 years, but I think DNR is, it depends on the funding source from DNR and what conditions are going to set. But I believe 3 years is pretty typical. So, and just to mention, for both utilities, we've done detailed asset management plans. So we have gone through and have scheduled all of our assets. We've scored all of our assets. We've assigned risk numbers to all of the assets and things like that. And so that's those asset management plans for both the water and wastewater utilities are our guidance documents for decision-making when it comes for replacement of plant equipment and things that we need to do. So we do have gone through a very detailed analysis of assets at both the facilities in order to make sure that we know what things we need to do next and how we can kind of space out the cost of these things. So.
Okay, so that would wrap up our discussion on water. Did anybody have any other questions?
On water or on
On water?
water?
I think you're next.
Well, if you got anything on sewer or storm as well.
Yeah, and we still have sewer and storm.
Yeah.
So sewer would be our next one, page 217. That does include, that in the analysis, an 8.5% proposed increase, that would be effective on 4/1 of 2019. In approaching the rate increases, we have laddered them, as we're trying to, make the easiest transition for our ratepayers. And so we're proposing the storm increase 1/1 with the.
No, I think sewer is January 1 and storm is April 1.
You're correct. Sewer 1/1.
Yes.
And storm 4/1. Yep. To allow the customers to adjust and plan for the rate increases. Are there any questions we can answer on the sewer utility budget being proposed?
I guess the only thing I'm thinking of is, I don't know how many people are actually taking advantage of the credit for, the stormwater credit for rain barrels, rain gardens. Do you know, or have a rough idea?
Off the top of my head, no, I do not. I could certainly get you that information.
Just wanting to kind of remind public that if, they are interested, that there is that credit available, that stormwater credit. And I believe it's based on a calculation related to the size of the roof area.
Yeah, it's dependent, if it's a rain barrel or a rain garden, the amount of area draining to it. If it's a riparian credit because you live on the lake, again, it's a amount of area draining directly to the lake versus the street.
A question in the I guess from the CIP part of it, if I can.
Which projects are
Sorry,
you
page
in?
18. So it's wastewater. Sorry, page 18 of the CIP. It goes to the infiltration. We briefly discussed it, I think, when we met. We've been, I think over the last 10 years, we've put $8 to $10 million into changing out manhole covers and the manhole systems to try to prevent infiltration. And kind of piggybacking off of what Councilmember Herman said before about, I agree with the sentiment of how many more retention ponds can we really dig here? How do we know that $1 million, it's been $1 million up to this point, but now $1.5 million we're looking at putting in it. How do we know that $1.5 million is actually being effective in its use? That's $1.5 million, it's a big number.
It is, and it's.
When we see peak flow is still really high.
It's, and it's being utilized, it's not just, replacing manhole lids and castings or rehabbing manholes. For example, on State Street this year, there was the sanitary sewer was very leaky, a lot of holes in it. That sanitary sewer replacement was actually funded as a part of under this I&I removal project as well. But one of the biggest impacts that we have seen at the wastewater treatment plant is during typical rain events, they have seen a fairly significant reduction in, not only peak flows getting to the plant, but also the duration of those increased flows. Yeah, it rebounds back to normal much quicker than it did before. Certainly when we have rainfall events, like we did, early this fall where, we had, 3 inches of rain, followed by 2 inches of rain the next day, followed by, where the ground gets super saturated like that. We are still seeing peaks up in the 80, 90, to around 100 million gallon per day range. But, the typical spring rainfall events that we have, we used to see those 80, 90, 100 million gallon peaks during those events. They're seeing 50 to 60 million gallon peaks now. So we're having, significant reductions in the peaks. and, the duration has been much shorter. So we are seeing impacts, as far as, for how long, Steve, tells a good story of, a community to the west of here thought, all right, we got it licked, we're done, and a few years down the road, they were right back where they were because they stopped doing work.
I would suggest that is kind of a find and fix it. That $1 million really helps us when we find things to fix them. And so maybe one way to look at it is when we stop finding things, then we can start reducing that. My suspicion is that we will continue to find those things because as we fix things and upgrade things, other portions of the system are getting older. So it's really kind of a continuous process. And so, again, when you talk about maintaining and replacing like water mains, if we talk about a 100-year life cycle cost on a water main, based on our 300 miles, we should be doing 3 miles of water main replacement a year. And so that's a lot of miles. We've been really proactive for a number of years, ever since just before I got here, and that's helped us out tremendously. But we really need to kind of keep that in mind and keep doing these kinds of things in order for us to stabilize the amount of dollars we have to spend on replacing, maintaining things. And that's where you really get your benefit, is once you can stabilize that debt ratio, it is a low number you possibly can. You're also going to stabilize the amount of money you have to spend, stabilize your debt service, and that helps really stabilize rates too.
I can't tell you when exactly that'll be, but when we're still spiking at 60 million gallons, we got a ways to go. If our normal flow is about 13 million a day, if we were spiking at 20, then you can start asking maybe, is the benefit that we're going to get worth that extra cost to get rid of that 6 million gallon spike? But when we still have 45 million gallon spike, yeah, we got a ways to go.
I guess the where that question comes from is, where can I attribute the success? Is it to the retention pond program? Is it to the infiltration and inflow reduction? And obviously, it's going to be probably across the board, everything. But at some point, do we change the mix of how we're trying to address the stormwater issues in the community?
It certainly is a mixture. For every bit of rainwater that the storm sewer system can get off the street, it's that much less likely that it can infiltrate or inflow into the sanitary sewer system. So it's a combination of work that's being done on the sanitary sewer system itself, not only fixing leaks in manholes, fixing leaky pipes, but it's also the stormwater program, getting that water off the street in the first place. Because by doing that, we're also reducing it. So it's very difficult to pinpoint right now and say this is doing this is doing this, but a combination of everything we're doing is having a fairly significant impact at the plant right now.
So on those stormwater plans that we frequently see referred to in development issues that come through council, it often will say stormwater plans will be reviewed by Public Works at a later date or whatever. What kind of changes are you seeing or doing, considering as those stormwater plans come through for different developments?
Well, and those reviews are generally to ensure that what they're doing on the site and they're managing their stormwater on the site in accordance with the municipal code. Take for example, a new subdivision. Do they have appropriate practices in place to manage, their stormwater in accordance with, the requirements of municipal code? And those can be, detention basins or other practices. A lot of times in redevelopment, it's not a detention basin. It's, maybe some pervious pavement in an underground system. Maybe it's a biofilter or, things like that. That's where we're really looking at it. And, if we've got cases where, we've got, significant problems and there's some, incremental things that can be done with those plans, we're certainly looking at that and doing what we can with those.
Anything else with stormwater?
Not me.
Okay.
Okay.
And we get to go to Katrina's favorite budget of all, which is hers.
Well, what about,
I'm
are
sorry,
there any,
please.
in the CIP, there's quite a few water distribution, building upgrades,
All of those things are gonna be next week's meeting.
Okay.
We knew that would just take way
All right.
too much
So
time.
you're gonna wait on that.
You got all of
Okay.
the above
We'd
utility
be here for a couple
projects.
more hours if we
All
tried
right.
to hit all of these.
That'll,
so you'll,
that'll be your shot at those.
Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't
we
know.
knew that was, these guys are the exception to the rule in terms of talking about the CIP. We just wanted to give you the financial
Side of
overview, yeah.
And I think, we hit the vehicles and stuff with the field operations, because that's primarily what they're gonna have. But when it comes to, the streets and the 3 utilities, there's a lot more work there. So-
yeah, and they're,
Doesn't look like
they're
you
also
got a-
getting
got
some
a few vehicles.
equipment vehicles too, correct?
Yeah, if you
the
wanted to,
utility-
I guess on page 41, it would, to your point, it would probably
Yeah,
be
just real
appropriate.
briefly.
Yeah, there's
not a
only
big-
3 of them.
Yeah, we can certainly hit vehicles.
There's,
And technically, you got one
some
of
water
yours up
utility,
here. You
another
got-
street sweeper.
Yeah, one street sweeper for stormwater utility. I believe had originally wanted to replace one this year, but, I think, with the way the bids came in, there was not adequate budget, so it had to, that project did not move forward, so it's getting rebudgeted again for 2019, adjusted based on what we've learned from, this year's bidding cycle. From the, moving down to the water utility, the water distribution, and actually, that kind of ties together a little bit with the jetter, on the next line. With water utility and needing to, work around numerous other underground utilities as they're going out, say they have to dig a valve that's leaking, or they have to dig a water main break, or they have to do something for a curb stop or a service. There are so many other utilities, whether it be gas, electric, communications, that are underground that they're having to work around. They are having to start looking at more alternative, hydro excavation practices. So one of the things that they had initially, last year, I believe, they had put in a request to buy a hydro excavator, and when it got presented to us at our, with Trina and Mark and myself, we kind of looked at it and said, well, there's a jetter up for replacement from wastewater. Why don't you hold off and, we'll repurpose that vehicle. It's got to have some reconfiguration done to it a little bit, because water utility doesn't so much need the jetter aspect of it as it needs the vacuum aspect of it. So what, the replacement jetter truck for wastewater would end up getting reconfigured and repurposed over to water distribution to help them with hydro excavation, and working around those other utilities. So that's what's going on with those 2 vehicles. And then, over at wastewater, this forklift you've been, trying to get replaced for a few years, and I think we finally got it in there.
1947
I think,
forklift.
yeah.
That was,
I think it's an Army surplus.
I was gonna say 1947,
I
holy
drove,
cow.
I drove a forklift in 1980, and that wasn't that old.
I think that dates back to some of the time when, Jim Wolf was over at Water Distribution, and
they liked, yeah.
they would shop a lot of the Army surplus auctions
Oh,
and
Wolfie.
pick up
Yeah, he was a good
materials.
guy.
So that's the camouflage one you have.
I painted a few times since then.
It's probably on Normandy Beach. There is another one at the top of that page, engineering.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
missed that one.
I just was kind of scanning the page. James, if you just want to mention that one, just briefly.
Yeah, 381, that is the pickup truck that is utilized primarily by our sidewalk project inspector, who, is literally running all over the city dealing with the sidewalk rehab project. And, the sidewalk rehab project also patches concrete street patches for water main breaks. I mentioned earlier the streets division does the asphalt patches. We do the concrete ones as a part of the sidewalk rehab project. So they are literally moving all over the city. So rather than having, a staff individual accumulate, I wouldn't even want to guess how many miles they would put on their own vehicle. That is one vehicle, other than the 2 survey trucks, that is the only other vehicle that engineering provides. That truck is 1999. That one's showing its age as well.
Reason for it being a 3/4 compared to a 1/2 ton for
for
their particular purpose. Not that it means much, but it's probably about $5,000. And looking at your other costs, just wondering for
I will
What
have to
is-
look into that one, to be honest with you.
When it's transporting
I
people
know-
compared to machinery.
Well, I know, some of the things that, that may also get used for is,
Some plowing? I think I heard
no,
something
not
about.
plowing, that one doesn't have a plow on it, but, as we're, having to go to our casting yard and maybe pick up a couple of castings and do some of that, that is one thing that will get occasionally used for, but, I will have to look into that a little bit more.
Okay, I think we're ready to transition to the finance. If anybody, is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So we can start off on page 35. That's our municipal debt service. Fairly brief, you've already seen this. We do have an increase in our general property tax levy for our debt service fund, a little under 500,000. The one thing I just want to call your attention out to is our abatements are starting to decrease. It's a little hidden because we have that special assessment abatement now, but that is in correlation to the utilization of increased revenue debt. And so we are seeing less utility abatements coming through the debt service fund. And so you will see that the principal and the interest did increase. We spoke about it previously this morning. This is truly the city's concentrated effort to ensure that we're managing our debt in the most fiscally responsible manner and trying to maintain a smaller time frame for borrowing, which looks better for our Moody's borrowing. Does anybody have any questions on our debt? If there's no questions, then I'll take you on to page 39.
Can I get one clarification?
Sure.
You don't have to move that page at all. Comparing that to when you gave us the growth and debt projections.
Yep.
Those numbers jive. The how much we're taking on, how much we're paying off on this is
Yes.
equal to what you have
Yep,
here.
those would have been
This is just 1
updated.
year.
Just want to
so-
make, I just want to make sure that we're talking same number.
And we will, just so you know, we'll go over that again in our last council workshop on November 7th. So then on page 39, the one item that was not in your book, and so I'm handing out, it's in your CIP book, but I always like to give you the detailed list. This is the items specifically being levied for in our capital improvement program. This is, this shows the specific projects. All this money is designated and applied by project, and so this would be the detailed breakout for that $1 million that we are requesting for funding. As always, this is something ideally that we would continue to grow and increase. Long term, the more we can cash and we can levy fund, the better outcome we have for our debt margins and really just managing our capital infrastructure overall. However, there's a large caveat. The one challenge we have in growing levy funds in particular is this fund is subject to expenditure restraint. And so if we do increase our funding by a levy, it does have an impact on expenditure restraint.
Levy restraint or expenditure?
Expenditure restraint. But expanding this levy amount will decrease our debt limit and show long-term financial strength and resiliency. This is something also that Moody's does like to see, that we are focusing on this and have this in our purview in as part of our analysis. So the next budget would be on page 47, and it's my favorite budget, and I'm sure yours as well. It's the finance department. So the one item I kind of wanted to start off with is really an overview of the finance. The finance department is made up of 18 employees, including myself. In accordance with with performing finance duties, we also do accounting, collections, payroll, parking, and utility accounting. My department has currently also been one of the major participants in the ERP conversion. As part of Phase 2, we had the pleasure of training the entire city on accounts payable and purchasing with the IT division. The modules which we have gotten and taken live in the ERP conversion are our collection system, our general billing, our accounts payable, our purchasing, our general ledger, and our budgeting. These are items that really transformed and have updated not just accounting or finance, but the entire management of the city budget and the department's role in budget. The one thing you might notice is this year you've seen more budget amendments. This year, all budgets are entered in, are tracked, and any request for additional funding is brought forward to the council. This was one of the enhancements and necessities of the conversion into Munis. I already spoke about Phase 3, which is utility billing and special assessments. Those will be going live in March of 2019. One large enhancement, along with utility billing, will be the integration of special assessments and the cash receipting. Those will all now be live, and you will be able to see the cash payments right away when they're made in utility billing and special assessments. After that implementation is complete, we then will move on to what's Phase 4, and that will be tax bills. The first tax bill out of the Munis system will come out in December of 2019. So as you can tell, that 2019 is a very important integration and upgrade year for the city. Along with the daily accounting and cash receipting for my department, we also develop and implement long-term financial strategy to increase the city's long-term financial resiliency, debt capacity levels, and the goal of maintaining our existing ratings. We also have the very large responsibility to continue to ensure all resources are managed in a fiduciarily responsible manner. This is something that has always been a priority in the finance department, but now with the new system, we have even better reporting and tracking capabilities, and it's creating a much better management of the overall operation budgets, as well as the capital program. We have developed some KPIs, and probably the most important KPI that I would share with the council is, as I've talked about the change and the transition and the success into the ERP, the most important thing we can do is continue to get the education to the departments and as well as in the finance department to make sure we're maximizing that investment and utilizing it to its full capacity to engage our employees, our citizens, as well as give better and more timely information to the council and the city manager. So that's my primary KPI that I really want to discuss with you. Does anybody have any questions in regards to the finance department? I do have an increase in my budget. It's related to health insurance. I've had employees transition.
I do have one that looks like you're getting rid of 1.28 part-time and adding 1 full-time, so obviously moving that a little bit. Any service issues by basically you had 2 part-timers, I would assume, 3/4 timers ish, or roughly, or 2/3 timers. Any customer service related reductions that we will see, or I guess what's the good thing we expect to see by adding a full-timer in comparison to 2 part-timers?
Oh, truly, this was the merger of 2 part-time positions, and it's better scheduling. There will be no impact overall on the customer service transactions. It was an accounting and a collections role. And so really one of my goals has been, as part of my reorganization, is cross-function in my divisions and to start to get what I talked about, all of my divisions, to be able to cross-function and work and assist so we're maximizing all city resources. And so if we are in a low collection period, we have somebody that's cross-functional and able to go back and work in utility accounting and parking. So it's really just more of an optimization of our resources and our personnel.
The other one was payroll as well, making sure that we have that cross-training in payroll, because we only had one dedicated person to payroll, and as I say, if you don't feed the troops, things aren't gonna go well. And now we have a backup for payroll, and our payroll person can actually, maybe if she has to take a day off or if she's sick, and it happens to be payroll week, we aren't gonna lose a step. And I think that was a great, I was waiting for you to say that one, because to me, that was probably the most important one of all.
Okay, so if there's no other questions,
Save her voice, please.
we'll go to page 55. That is just the general fund of our external audit that's performed annually. Just a very small increase there. The next item would be the unclassified fund. It's page 73 and page 74. You will see that overall what this fund is utilized for, it's for the expenditures that really don't belong in assignment to a direct department. The city attorney referenced that she has some of her expenditures not directly related to her daily operations. So outside legal counsel flows in here. We also are utilizing this fund for the retirement payouts. This is something that the city started to do in 2016, and what we are now doing is budgeting for general fund retirement payouts. There is an increase in this budget this year, as we are anticipating to have an increased amount of payouts in 2019, which is partially what the increase is attributable to.
Is that basically retirements then?
Yeah.
Or what?
Yep, it would be for all general fund departments, police, fire, parks.
And that's in the adjustment of salaries, correct?
Yep,
Yeah,
that
so
would be
it
the adjustment
shows
of
an adjustment of
salaries.
salaries, but it's for retirement payouts.
Okay, okay. Do we, crystal ball, do you have a rough idea? How many, we know how many potentially could go, but do we have has any employees advised you they were done at the end of this year?
We ask every department head to politely inquire and to just look around, because we can't directly ask anybody.
No, I know.
But we can get the information. I think we have a pretty good feel on it. Jeff wasn't so sure this morning. That's why he has a pool of money he's dedicating. He doesn't know when they're gonna happen. But I think between all the departments, statistically, we've got a pretty good feel for where we are.
Well, I know our last time we had our workshop with,
Patrick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was some discussion of, we got a plan for how many people are gonna be leaving the city. And you were just talking recently about the long-term employees in engineering.
Engineering, stormwater,
Yeah.
All the utilities.
Yep.
Water, stormwater, and
So,
sewer, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's where the utilities aren't reflected in here, but the point you guys are making is that
Planning.
you still got to plan for
Right.
these things, because we could one day end up with a good thing nobody here won the lottery.
Right.
Because that, I mean.
Well, yes and no.
A mass
Depends on
exodus.
which
yeah.
this group
Yeah,
could
this
do all
group
right
would
with that,
okay.
maybe not some employees, but,
the mass exodus, I remember when we were, just in the throes of Act 10 and 32, and, with everything going on, what we're experiencing today was demographics were going to make us lose people eventually. I just said, don't run for the exit door so quickly. I know we're starting a trend, because it was right then that the baby boomers started turning 65. So, I mean, we knew that was inevitable, but if we can extend that time period, we're just much better off. So that's what we're trying to do. And part of that, the thing with the engineering is, give those folks some relief so that they're willing to hang on for a year or two longer. It's not that we're trying to push them out. In fact, just the opposite.
You want them to.
Take your time. We're okay.
Well, we've discussed that, what is our, plan as we lose some of these long-term employees. So I think it is important that, we start strategizing, that we are planning on bringing some of these replacements. That's why I was asking, when they were talking about the senior engineer, is that a position of somebody with experience, or is there somebody in-house we can move out? Because we've talked a lot about, in the police and fire department, of moving personnel up within the system is better than hiring from outside the system.
It's absolutely, we look at that every single time, and we're, without tipping our hand to, well, you've got the job and you don't type of thing.
Right.
In fact, the term I use is bench strength. I want the entire bench to be strong, because we're going to, especially with something like the Police and Fire Commission, we don't make the call. The PFC does,
right.
so we have to make sure.
But it's career building, and if you can incentivize an employee to take that next step, or maybe has an interest of going back to school a little bit, and that, knowing that he may have an opportunity. I mean, if he's just sitting there and he can see that, I ain't going anywhere, he's not gonna be as productive as an employee that thinks that, I've been maybe on the garbage truck for a long time, but maybe I can replace Bob Som when he retires.
And that goes
that kind of thinking,
That's what Michelle was talking about last week, in
Right.
terms of creating career paths for people, that they can
Right.
see there's more to it than even just my supervisor's position.
Right.
Or, another person who may be a little more senior. Are there other options?
Interdepartmental.
Interdepartmental, yeah. I mean, that's really, we have to be thinking beyond that. And there are plenty of organizations where moving around.
Fitz is moving forward.
Fitz is moving forward, so yeah, but I don't want to get too, but tomorrow he'll be talking about
do we have
enhancement
to?
for training. Yeah, you have 2 hours of it too.
Oh.
But it's important that we take a
But
look
I
at.
have an appointment.
Can you quickly, and I don't want to take too much time, but page 74, 910 with $575,000.
Yes.
What's that from?
So the uncollectible accounts, there's two contributors to this account. The one is when we go to court with the black stores, the Lowe's, the Menards, the settlements come out of this account. Another item that is in this account, we have ambulance write-offs. We do a reserve of $375,000 annually.
Okay.
And so that's constant. But the other item starting to collect this account, and you kind of have to follow the process, is removable and raised nuisance properties. What happens is when there is an order that is ordered by the court, the person that is involved is sent a bill for that, the services of removing and raising. Most frequently, and from our research, we're finding that that bill doesn't get paid and it rolls to the tax bill. And then it rolls from the tax bill and it still doesn't get paid to the county. And then in 3 years, the county then forecloses on that property and sells it. Well, when we rolled it to the county that first year, they made us whole and reimbursed us. But when they turn around and resell, or they sell that property, if they don't capture that through their sales, they bill it back to us. And so we can get bills, and we've had a couple of them come through for about $20,000. That's what it costs about to complete an asbestos and removal of a home. And so as our nuisance and our orders have started to go up, we now have more of these charges coming back.
So let me get this straight. When the homeowner or the property owner doesn't pay it, it goes to the special assessment or the tax bill. They don't pay that. 3 years later, the county takes the property. Wouldn't the city have a first lien when that property is sold by the county to reimburse ourselves?
But the city or the county paid us first.
Oh, the county
So
paid
we're
us.
made whole.
Okay, gotcha.
And then once they settle up, if there's a
discrepancy.
if they have a loss, part of that loss comes
I
back
see.
to us. And that's only fair.
How do you account for an RDA property? If we buy that, we're buying a house on Monroe for, say, 40, we sell it to Go H&I for $1. Where does that difference go?
We're eating it.
We typically.
But where does it get? It has to be eaten somewhere.
That's probably in the blight removal program.
Yes, right.
In Alan's budget.
I got two small quick questions. How come 0917 other legal isn't under the city attorney's budget?
So this is more of her special services.
Right.
And so it's traditionally just been in this fund because some years she has a buck staff
Yeah.
and some years she has
Right.
no action. And so it's just kept in this fund.
But we didn't budget any money in previous years, it looks like.
Well, what we've done, if you can see, we've kind of have expanded out 0915 through 0917. This used to be a line, her legal expenses used to be married up in this 0914.
Okay. Then what is the unclassified expenses then? 94,000,
914.
914. It's 94,000.
Those are-
Last year it was 136 too.
There are, I believe those are professional services for union negotiations.
There's a variety of items. The quality of life campaign, we have costs for the city survey, the state of the city,
Okay.
and bond service fees.
Oh, bond service.
So a large amount of professional services that are just paid through this
I do
fund.
got a question. I guess I'm with
Thanks for correcting.
Councilmember Herman. 915 through 917 seems like it should be under city attorney's budget and not necessarily the unclassified role that's under Mark's. But it's an account. I know it's an accounting issue. It's an accounting mechanism. But yet, if it's her costs, shouldn't it be under her budget?
Their legal arguably, yeah.
Because they go to her first, and if she needs to go outside counsel like she's done, wouldn't it really reflect under her budget?
Yeah, contractual services.
We've historically done them here because they can vary from different departments. This is nuisance service witness fees, employee bonds. So it's just, they're not directly related under her supervision, but she assumes
So she has to
responsibility of them.
technically, if, for example, to stay under this pretense, and if she, let's just say the city attorney says, I need outside counsel, she has to get it cleared through you first.
No, she has full access to this account, and so she would just code the
But I thought it
invoice.
was under Mark's.
But she'll
authority.
speak with me before she's going out and
Because it
hiring
says it's
somebody.
under the direction of the city manager on the front page.
She comes and talks to me.
Okay, I mean, just.
No, these are all good
Councilmember
questions, yeah.
McGrawer's point, I would think legal professionals, because that's where we go for that outside counsel. And she
Yeah.
usually brings them into our closed session meetings if it deals with something like that.
I think because of how it can fluctuate from year to year. I mean, there's
Okay.
a variety of reasons, but.
But I guess,
I hate
why
giving
didn't
the
we
answer.
have money in there previously?
salt and
Well, no, it
fuel
was part of the
fluctuates.
136,200.
Oh,
We
okay.
just spread it
a
out
little
more.
better.
But you can see it's more than, it's probably over 150,000 now
It is,
because
yeah.
over
Yeah.
time, this has bumped up.
Right.
Yeah, and what we're just trying to do is create and she requested this, more transparency, and I agree with Mark,
Question.
the reason it wasn't in her department budget is because the volatility. When we look at operation budgets for the departments, when you're looking at increase, you want to be able to identify why they're going up. But if it's going up 50,000 one year and coming back down and dropping 50,000, and so that's why it was more placed in the unclassified to keep that volatility out of the operation department budget.
Okay.
I've seen it done both ways, so I'm not opposed to it.
yeah,
But
I'm just,
It's accounting.
it's just accounting.
okay.
But is there anything else?
Is that for unclassified? We're almost done.
Yeah, we're good on that page, I think.
Page 95 is hydrant rental. This is just a expenditure for the general fund. It's the portion that's not going out on the utility bills. It's levied. So that would be that fund. The next item would be page 249.
So they don't get levy dollars, they get tax dollars, right?
Right. It's considered public safety because it's fire protection purposes.
Okay.
249, Trina?
249, that is just a separate police and fire pension that was enacted prior to us entering into the WRS system. It's actually going down every year as it's beginning to conclude due to eligible participants. So it's fully funded through investments, no levy impact.
So how many more years do we have left of this, would you estimate? If we're taking, what, 6,000 off of there? Or 4,000 off of there?
I would say it's gonna end in the next 5 years. It took the largest dip since I've been here in 17.
Okay.
Kind of a grim reaper-ish.
Yeah, this is
question.
this is why we
It's
borrowed the
whoever's
money
left.
for that time to, yeah, okay.
Yeah, these are just holdovers that, predate. These are really old.
The only payments remaining, I think, are for spouses, and I think there's less than 5 that are remaining.
Oh, okay.
And the last budget that I have is just page 251. It's the trust fund. This is where all of the expenditures in relation to the city, and we have multiple trust funds that for the library, the museum, and so this is just accounting for those transfers and the new money that might come in through trusts. But library and museum are a very large.
So what would be a contractual service then under that at 252?
The library does a large amount through the trust,
Oh, okay.
so it would be something they're paying.
Like the Doral Trust Fund or whatever it is?
Yep,
yeah.
through one of their trust funds. I think actually Jeff might have mentioned one.
I think he
but
did,
I've seen-
now that you say that.
Yeah.
Didn't we turn a lot of these over to the foundation?
I have 251.
Didn't, like the Hicks, didn't that go to the foundation from the library?
Yes, we do have some monies for both the museum and the library at the Oshkosh Foundation, but we have several still here managed at the city also.
Just for your accounting purposes, after the first year, my wife won't be there. So I don't know what they'll be doing to replace her, but the director of finance will be taking over her duties.
Okay, good to know.
So that's the summary of all the finance budgets. I think it's a good thing because I don't have much left.
Are you through talking, please?
I think that's all I got.
We hope
Sorry.
Literally and figuratively.
If there are no further questions, thank everyone for their time, attention to detail, stamina, especially Trina for your information, and find something for your voice. And
Arm tea.
we'll try to be easy on you tomorrow. We start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, same room.
Can we leave stuff here? You're welcome to leave stuff here if you. I'll leave my stuff.
Thank you, everyone.